Welcome to PBCJ's coverage of the Lower House. I am Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? Under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside of Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. Get the answer at the end of this introduction. In this session's agenda, under statements by ministers, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Floyd Green, is down to address the House. Under public business, the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Amendment Act is set to be taken. And the Minister of Tourism and Leader of the House, Edmund Bartlett, is down to close the sectoral debate. This year's sectoral debate saw presentations from both the ruling Jamaica Labour Party and members of the opposition, the People's National Party. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? Under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside of Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. It's true. It says so in the Jamaican Nationality Act. Why become a Jamaican citizen, you may ask? You would be able to work here without a work permit, vote in general and local government elections, receive social benefits, and get access to government programs, duty-free allowance from customs, and at the airport. Every country has their own laws on whether or not a person can hold citizenship in 2 or more countries. Jamaica accepts dual nationals. Persons interested in becoming citizens of Jamaica should first check to see if their country allows for dual nationality. There are several categories of citizenship. These include citizenship in a case of doubt, citizenship by descent, citizenship by marriage, registration of Commonwealth nationals, naturalization. You can learn more about this by contacting the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, PICA. Now over to the proceedings.
As an inner city youth, I'm a duty to know the laws and my rights. These laws affect all our self-interest and safety.
The law says throwing garbage in public places or on other premises without consent will lead to prosecution. I see it online. I know my laws and my rights. Do you? Know your laws. Know your rights. Respect you.
Jamaica's new banknotes are now in circulation. But can customers still use old banknotes? The old banknotes will be phased out over time, but can still be used to carry out your everyday transactions. Bank of Jamaica encourages Jamaicans to exchange old banknotes for new notes at commercial banks across the island.
You're bigger than the problems I face. You're bigger than the disasters I've seen. You're bigger. Joy will call me in the morning. You may not know how, you may not know when, but you do it again.
Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the baton and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in. with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
The one camping tent. I'm showing why I'm about to.
Ended up here over here, son of a lift up now. Welcome to Flatbridge.
The infamous Dopey Church. I never afraid. If you wash your face with rice water, then you can't see Dopey.
No, me don't want to say Dopey, no.
If I turn the yoke to the left, then the airplane will bank to the left.
Oh, that! Oh, that! Where's my bicycle, dog?
This is one of my favorite Jamaican proverbs. In fact, me grew up with it. Want it, can't get it. Get it, no want it. In other words, the person who has the most need can't get what they want, But the person who has in abundance doesn't want what they have. Want it, can't get it. Get it, no want it.
You're bigger than the problems I face. You're bigger than the disasters I've seen. You're bigger. Joy will call me in the morning. You may not know how, you may not know when, but you do it again.
Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, restless love of God.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information, a maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
It's here, Jamaica's new polymer banknotes. Polymer banknotes are produced from a thin, transparent and flexible plastic film. Why the transition from paper to polymer? Polymer banknotes stay cleaner, they're more difficult to counterfeit, and they last longer. Plus, special features on the notes, like those developed for the visually impaired, last for the entire lifespan of the notes. The introduction of polymer banknotes will increase the average circulation life of notes by at least 50%. As a result, orders for banknotes will be reduced, and Bank of Jamaica will realize savings. Look out for your new polymer banknotes.
Hi, I'm Donna Onis-Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Like me, you will remember the rains of November 2023, which came just outside of the May and September to October peak rainfall period. There was significant dislocation and distress across Kingston, flooded out residential dwellings, badly damaged roadways, and washed out basements amid general alarm across the city. Researchers at the University of the West Indies have cited high-intensity rainfall events as a major hydrometeorological hazard affecting Jamaica, noting that Kingston is highly susceptible to urban flooding, primarily in the downstream sections of the Hope River watershed and the Ligani Plains. Notwithstanding Jamaica's enviable building codes, is there room for improvement in our construction methods? And specifically, in Kingston, could the application of nature-based solutions in urban construction projects make a difference in the face of more adverse flooding events? Consider, for example, how building porous parking lots and permeable pathways in your next project would allow for greater percolation and absorption, and therefore less runoff from the property to the roadway and into the stormwater drainage system. This nature-based solution, if employed widely in our construction industry, may one day solve the flooding of Kingston spaces and roadways. Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here.
You may be seated. This Honorable House resumes its sitting. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure, as always, to welcome you all to this sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives on Tuesday, July 16, 2024. I extend a special welcome to those seated in the gallery and those who have joined us on the various social media platforms, including PBCJ. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo-Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Mrs. Vaz? Amar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I wish to join you in welcoming members to this sitting of the House. And I'd like to, on behalf of all the members of the House, to wish you, Madam Speaker, the happiest of birthdays. Today And we feel very special and honored to be sharing the birthday with you today. And we hope that the session will add value to this very special day of yours today. May God bless you as you continue to have not just one happy birthday, but many, many, many more to come. Madam Speaker, the order of the agenda today will, as is customary, be truncated to allow for the public business session to enable the closure of the sectoral debate today. Then we will ask for recommittal of all the other items so as to enable statement by ministers. We'll have 3 today and the other business of the House to ensue. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Public business. House Leader.
The first item, of course, on public business is the closing of the sectoral debate, which Madam Speaker, we began. And Madam Speaker, it really gives me great honor to bring to a close one of... Madam Speaker, I'm not being preemptive of your guidance in this regard. So I will allow you to invite me to close the debate.
I know, House Leader. I know, House Leader. It can be challenging. Our House Leader wears many hats, and today it is the honor and pleasure and privilege, I'm sure, of the House Leader to close the sectoral debates. Let us make welcome to his feet, Minister of Tourism and leader of this Honorable House, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, CDMP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my honor to bring to a close the sectoral debate for the fiscal year 2024-25. On behalf of the Government of Jamaica, I extend my gratitude to all parliamentary colleagues for their valuable contribution to this year's debate. The presentations have been both insightful and thought-provoking. This year, Madam Speaker, we saw 18 members of Parliament participating, 11 government members and 7 opposition members. This broad participation ensured that diverse perspectives on critical issues facing our nation have been thoroughly examined. Madam Speaker, this year has been marked by our unwavering commitment to building a caring economy for all Jamaicans, both here at home and across our vibrant diaspora. Our focus has been on initiatives that foster inclusive growth, strengthen communities, and create opportunities for every citizen to thrive. In closing this debate, it is crucial that we reflect on the critical issues raised by our esteemed colleagues on both sides of the House. Their contributions have highlighted the pressing matters that demand our attention and action as we continue to shape an economy that truly serves all Jamaicans. Later in my address, Madam Speaker, I will provide this Honourable House with an update on the advancement made in enhancing support services to this Parliament. Moreover, I will outline our vision for the future as we work together to build a more prosperous and equitable Jamaica, one that extends its benefits to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora as well. Our commitment to a caring economy is not just a slogan, Madam Speaker, but a guiding principle that informs every policy and initiative we undertake. It is with this spirit that we move forward dedicated to the well-being and prosperity of all Jamaicans, whether and wherever they may reside. Madam Speaker, I begin with the tourism sector, which has demonstrated remarkable resilience and growth during the period of 2023 to 24 fiscal year. When I opened the sectoral debate some 2 months ago, I highlighted the significant strides we had made, and I'm pleased to report even more development since. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, the resilience of the sector was truly tested with the recent passage of Hurricane Beryl, which impacted Jamaica as a Category 4 storm, bringing winds that exceeded 100 miles per hour. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Beryl impacted Jamaica most severely on the southern coastal areas, especially in Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. But for the most part, the tourism industry overall did not experience the difficulties and a level of fallout that might have been anticipated. So as the hurricane bore down on Jamaica, we met with industry partners to ensure all necessary precautions were being taken. The Ministry of Tourism activated the Tourism Emergency Operations Center, TEOC, on July 2 at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel to coordinate emergency response and recovery efforts within the tourism sector during the hurricane. The TEOC, Madam Speaker, worked closely with ODPEMS and our National Emergency Operations Center, NEOC, and that served as the central communication point for our sector, providing official information and updates on the hurricane. The TEOC reported that a limited number of visitors required relocation due to blocked roads or due to precautionary measures. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of our TEOC team, the tourism partners, our visitors were safely relocated from one location to another, and in fact, only 50 were in fact placed at a shelter at the Montego Bay Convention Center. We are also aware of isolated reports of property damages. For example, Lover's Leap suffered a tremendous blow. In fact, that entire facility was destroyed. I went to look at it. Treasure Beach and other tourism communities along the south coast also had a level of difficulty. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I've carried out post-hurricane impact assessments in the resort areas, along with the Tourism Product Development Company, TPDCO, and our quality team, and other ministry officials, as well as JHTA officials, and we have seen a clear picture as to the extent of concerns that exist and the responses that are necessary on our side. Furthermore, many of our small and medium players in the industry suffered immensely at the hands of Beryl, and we will be looking at ways and means of working with them to help them to recover as we normally do through the programs that we have established at the Tourism Linkages Network. So TEOC will be advising me further on the impact on these entities, and we will be examining strategies to enable swift recovery. Madam Speaker, in an effort to build back these livelihoods and support the recovery of the Jamaican people, the Ministry of Tourism is advising that $2 million of the Spruce Up allocation, which we had announced earlier this year, we are allowing members of Parliament within the southern area where the damages have been greatest to use $2 million of the $4 for relief activities during this period. So we are allowing you to use 2 of the 4 that you have already allowed, knowing that normally that 4 would be for tourism-specific development activities within your constituency. We're allowing that too. And the other MPs across Jamaica will be allowed to use 1 million of their allocation for Beryl relief activities. These efforts, of course, can include both goods and services that you may want to acquire and have towards alleviating the effect of the most affected members of your constituency in the area. Because, Madam Speaker, the tourism embrace is total, and it covers the entire island. And workers are from every part of the island. They suffer in various ways. And in any help that we can provide to add to the good work that the government is doing in this regard, we definitely will do so. So, Madam Speaker, I want to give special credit at this time to our most honorable Prime Minister, the most honorable Andrew Holness, and the other members of government, particularly our ministers who have been at the front line of this recovery program. I would not want to name ministers because I may omit someone I don't want to, but I just want to say the ministers of cabinet who have all worked so assiduously and tirelessly and selflessly to bring about a level of recovery now that is allowing for us to be able to move, and for tourism in particular, Madam Speaker, to be able to announce what I'm about to tell you in terms of how we have revived and recovered since since Beryl. I want to spend a minute and to record in Hansard our deep appreciation to these ministers and other technical players in the various agencies of government that have and the private sector who have responded so well and so quickly to this recovery exercise. I commend also the tourism partners and representatives of the Ministry of Tourism and its public bodies, including members of TIAC team, for working closely and tirelessly to mitigate the impact of Beryl, which helped to facilitate a speedy recovery. I also want to express my deepest gratitude to our tourism workers, many of whom went above and beyond the call of duty, working tirelessly during the storm to ensure the safety of our visitors, even at great personal sacrifice. Madam Speaker, while our tourism sector has demonstrated remarkable resilience, we must acknowledge the significant headwinds we face. Hurricane Beryl is just one of the several factors impacting our sector in recent times. We are contending with global economic uncertainties, airline capacity issues. I just want to indicate that in discussing airline capacity issues, it's an element of the supply chain disruption that has not been able to be cauterized by even the best efforts of the global community. Because some of the largest producers of aircraft, Boeing and Airbus, have not been able to deliver on the supply demand that have been made by airlines. And I've gone out to meet with airlines in the last few weeks just before Beryl to shore up our own position in Jamaica, to be told in many instances that we're doing our best, but we can't guarantee a lot because we, for example, have ordered 75 crafts. We are getting 25. And some others have heavy maintenance schedule and are unable to meet those schedules. So, Madam Speaker, that represents a significant headwind. Then, of course, the challenge in travel advisories, such as the one we recently had in January, which made concerning claims of safety and medical services in Jamaica. And, of course, these provide potential obstacles to continued growth. The global economy, Madam Speaker, is characterized by its dynamism and complexity, presenting both challenges and opportunities. While showing overall resilience, inflation and geopolitical issues pose risks to economic stability and may temper travel demand by affecting consumer confidence and spending patterns. These pressures, Madam Speaker, are evident across our key source markets, the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, underscoring the need for vigilant monitoring and adaptive strategies in our tourism sector. Furthermore, The global airline industry is grappling with significant challenges. I mentioned that a while ago. We are closely monitoring this situation and working with our airline partners to mitigate any potential impact on our visitor arrivals. Given these challenges, Madam Speaker, we recognize the critical need to bolster our marketing initiatives and implement innovative strategies to maintain and grow our tourism sector. We must be proactive in addressing these issues, enhancing our destination's appeal, and ensuring that Jamaica remains top choice for visitors despite the global uncertainties. Our focus, therefore, will be threefold. One, for market diversification. And I'll have much more to say about that later in the year as we look at the new markets and to focus on new areas and to develop new strategies in this regard. So with particular focus on Latin America and the Middle East, as well as India, we will be leading our teams, both of private sector and government, into these markets to help to future-proof our growth by reducing our dependence on the traditional markets. And this is not, and Madam Speaker, this is not to say that our traditional markets are not performing well and will not continue to perform well. We want them to perform well, but we recognize that we cannot lay all our eggs in one basket, because whenever anything happens in that basket, we'll have problems. And we saw that the other day. So we will be moving post-haste on the second element of marketing enhancement. We will significantly enhance our digital and traditional marketing presence, leveraging cutting-edge technologies and platforms to reach potential visitors more effectively and more efficiently. Madam Speaker, the advent of AI is changing the whole landscape of tourism. The experiential tourism as we know it, driven by traditional methodologies, have all gone or going. And the new forms of the ability for customers to know more, understand more, and make personal decisions and not be dependent anymore on third-party validation of your destination. They now know, because this is the age of knowledge, when information has moved from the center to the peripheries. So every person has access to all the information you have access to and can make their own decisions. And it therefore means that it gives us abilities through algorithms to be able to be more predictive. The data that you now get, you can manipulate to give you the information you want, to recognize the demographics that you want to go after, to see what the trends in the markets are, and to also be able to make allocative choices that will be more optimal and more efficient. So it's a new whole process, and that will have implications in terms of our budgetary allocations and how we treat with budgets. Because this new capacity that technology is offering us for marketing enhancement is enabling us now to not net fish as we usually do, but to spare fish so that we can get the maximum result from it. And that's the new move within our JTB, and we have a new team that we're working with in the international market that is very well attuned and absolutely, totally aligned with the latest technological advancement in marketing. And that's where we're going to make sure that we find the people where they are. But something else, which I've thought all along to be able to do, which we now will be able to, and that is to measure the return on investment of your marketing dollar. And that's something that we've always wanted to find out. Just what do I get from each dollar that I put out there? But with this new MMM system through AI, mixed marketing motives, that we will be able now to determine exactly who saw our ads, where they saw it, who made a booking as a result, and who has actually come to the country as a result. And this kind of a technological advancement is taking us to another level, so we can understand more how to manipulate the cognitive systems that are now providing the new basis on which global growth and development is predicated. And the third critical area, Madam Speaker, is the airlift improvement. So we are working closely with the airline partners to maintain and improve airlift to Jamaica. These include exploring new routes and partnerships to ensure our island remains easily accessible to visitors from all around the world. So we go to talk with the big airlines, the Emirates, who we're working with, the Etihads, the Saudias, of course, the traditional ones that we have from the West. And so we are now being able to link through the mega gateways of the world. So when we market in this new way that we're talking about, we can reach people anywhere. And more importantly, they can reach us from anywhere. And that's a kind of strategy that is future-proofing our tourism market and also building the resilience against disruptions that will come from within the markets and economies of the world. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we will continue to invest heavily in our tourism infrastructure and product development. Our goal is to offer unique, highly quality experiences and set Jamaica apart from other destinations. What we are saying is a blue ocean marketing strategy. We are going to fish where few people go and get out of the red ocean where everybody is fighting each other and destroying each other. We are committed to sustainable tourism practices that not only attract visitors, but also benefit our local communities and preserve our natural resources. Madam Speaker, while these challenges are significant, I stand before this Honourable House confident in our ability to overcome them. With our strategic approach, the innate resilience of our tourism sector, and the unwavering spirit of our people, I am certain that we will not only navigate these headwinds successfully, but emerge stronger, continuing to grow and thrive in the global tourism market. Jamaica's tourism has faced challenges before. And each time, we have not just survived, but thrived. This time will be no different. We are Jamaica, Madam Speaker, resilient, resourceful, and ready for whatever comes our way. Notwithstanding these recent challenges, our tourism sector this year has shown growth and resilience, especially post-Beryl, as I indicated earlier. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to share that Jamaica has welcomed over 105,000 tourists since reopening our ports following Beryl's closure on July 2 and 4. So in 11 days, we brought 105,000 tourists on stopover now, not cruise. So when you add cruise to that, we have added nearly 150,000 visitors in 11 days. So, Madam Speaker, just to dramatize, if you will, that a little bit, on July 2nd and 3rd, we had no visitors arriving in Jamaica. We had 0 visitors. But on 4th of July, we started receiving visitors again. And as I said, in 11 days, July 4 to 14, I reiterate and re-emphasize that 105,000 stopover visitors and 50,000 cruisers came to Jamaica. This is what resilience looks like. Our arrival figures got a significant weekend bump, with patrons coming from overseas for Reggae Sumfest weekend gone. We welcomed just a little over 40,000 people over the period. And that event is being staged in Montego Bay, April 14 to 20, and is expected to bring in some $20 million in earnings. the importance of these events as income-generating activities must not be underemphasized, because so many small players benefit from these festivals and cultural activities. I said April? I'm sorry, July 14 to 20. Yes. That means you're listening. That's good. Of course, Madam Speaker, we are building on the successes of last year too. Our gross earnings, as we indicated earlier, surged to 4.38 billion, marking a 9.6% increase over the previous year. This impressive growth is underpinned by a record-breaking 2.96 million stopover arrivals, a 9.4% increase over the fiscal year 22 to 23. Our cruise tourism has also been has seen remarkable resurgence, with a 16% increase over 2023. And I just want to emphasize this, that in the first 6 months of the year, this year, 800,000 cruise passengers came on our shores. And when we add to the 1.5 million stopovers that we have, in half a year, 2.4 million visitors came to our island, keeping us on track to make 4.3 million as we had indicated before COVID and before now Beryl. So these figures, Madam Speaker, are not just numbers. They represent jobs for our people, opportunities for business, and a stronger, more resilient economy for Jamaica. They reaffirm our position as a premier Caribbean destination and underscore the effectiveness of our tourism strategies. Madam Speaker, I must highlight, and Madam Speaker, I wanted to make another point here which is critical, because a lot of times we forget how pervasive tourism really is in the economy of Jamaica, and how wide a range of impact it has on individuals across the spectrum of the country. And the advent of the sharing economy and its application in tourism, particularly the accommodation subsector, in what people commonly call Airbnb, that the first 3 months of this year, 10 billion Jamaican dollars of earning was realized by ordinary Jamaicans who have back room and 2 room and 3 room across the island with Airbnb. And we feel sometimes that tourism is not helping. And we say it sometimes, that it's only for big man. And in 3 months, tell me one industry that earned 10 billion Jamaican dollars for the people, ordinary people of Jamaica in 3 months. And that's going to continue. So, Madam Speaker, I must highlight, as a testament indeed to our resilience and adaptability, all of these factors that we sometimes don't think of, but are there and are present and are embraced by our ordinary Jamaicans in their effort to build their own abilities and well-being. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to make the point about how ordinary people in ordinary places are changing the game for us in so many ways. And we are seeing, for example, that the level of small business involvement in tourism supplies has changed dramatically over the last 5 years. And since COVID, the numbers have now escalated of ordinary suppliers in the industry. And we want to do more about that. We want to look now at the supply side as a key area member from Western St. Andrew, as a key area now of involvement to enable a larger and wider group of individuals to tap into the tourism value chain. So we have established now the whole program, and we formed a new team chaired by Dr. Kerry Wallace, to be guided by the team headed by Wilfred Bagaloo, to establish the Jamaica Tourism Supplies Logistics Hub. So as we are on this subject, Madam Speaker, of resilience, I'm just thrilled to announce this groundbreaking development that promises to revolutionize our tourism sector and create unprecedented opportunities for local businesses. Several major cruise lines, and I want you to listen to this, including industrial leaders such as Carnival and Royal Caribbean, MSC and Norwegian Cruise Lines, have expressed keen interest in sourcing our local goods and products from Jamaica. A team of them are coming here this week to have discussions in that regard. So this interest, Madam Speaker, is not merely a gesture of goodwill. It represents a strategic recognition of Jamaica's potential to serve as a key supply logistics hub for the Caribbean cruise industry. The cruise lines have made it clear that they are prepared to significantly increase their procurement of Jamaican products, providing these goods meet their exacting standards for quality, consistency, and reliable supply. Madam Speaker, this is excellent news for our farmers, our manufacturers, our artisans, and other small and medium-sized enterprises. It opens up a vast new market for our local products, potentially transforming our economic landscape. Because, Madam Speaker, the logistics hub is not just about procuring goods. It's not about bringing in goods from elsewhere that we may not have, to package them here, to label them here, and then to transfer them to other destinations. But it's also about building human capital. It's about training a new cadre of skilled Jamaicans to participate in various areas, not just of tourism management and organization, but of course industrial management and organization. And we're excited by the fact that Jamaica has a number of international brands that operate here with operations in other parts of the Caribbean, in the near field, and in other parts of the world in the wider space. And from this location, we can be supplying human capital requirements as well as goods and services to those areas. And it's an exciting new prospect to tourism's engagement in building the economy and in enabling the well-being of our people. So, Madam Speaker, we are not in all of this, however, naive to the challenges that this opportunity presents. And so we have also to ensure that we can meet the stringent requirements of global cruise lines and other entities and their demand for product sophistication, quality control, and supply chain efficiencies that many of our local businesses may not yet possess. So we have to train and build that capacity. And the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation is working with other international certification entities across the world to bring that kind of skill and abilities to our local producers and providers. So this is why I am proud to announce that the Tourism Linkage Network, a division of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, has been working tirelessly to prepare our businesses for precisely this kind of opportunity. Through targeted initiatives, we have been equipping our local enterprises with the skill and knowledge needed to meet international standards. Madam Speaker, this is more than just economic opportunity. It is a chance for Jamaica to showcase our product on the global stage to demonstrate that our goods are not just good enough for our local consumption, but they are good enough for world consumption and can be satisfying to the most demanding tastes of travelers worldwide. I must also commend, Madam Speaker, the Tourism Vacation Limited for their excellent work in marketing Jamaica as a premier cruise destination. Their efforts have not only ensured that Jamaica remains a top choice for cruise lines, but have also paved the way for their deeper economic partnership. This initiative, Madam Speaker, embodies the essence of our vision for a caring economy. It creates opportunities not just in tourism, but across multiple sectors in our economy. It empowers our local businesses, creates jobs, and ensures that a larger slice of the tourism pie directly benefits Jamaican workers and entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, I'm particularly proud to highlight two groundbreaking initiatives that exemplify our commitment to inclusive growth and sustainable tourism. Last week, the Ministry hosted the 10th staging of Christmas in July trade show, and I was very proud of the output in today's newspaper where they said that Christmas in July got 10 out of 10. And that was a remarkable performance on the part of the team. The two-day event, which was held at the National Arena, attracted 205 exhibitors. Christmas in July provides a marketplace for showcasing authentic local Jamaica services and products, bringing together buyers and sellers. This premier event brings together corporate Jamaica, the tourism industry, gift shops, pharmacies, and the diplomatic community as well, because there is an interest now that is being shown in these local products by some of our diplomats. And I was amazed that we had the largest turnout of diplomats to any single tourism event that we've had for Christmas in July, because they wanted to see the Jamaican local products produced by ordinary little Jamaican people from all across the island. None of the big companies were there, because this was not for big companies. These were for small entrepreneurs, who we call the small, medium, and tourism enterprises, and to showcase their output. Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to commend the Tourism Linkage Network for this initiative. Indeed, we have seen such significant growth in this area of small and medium enterprises involved in tourism. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm using half a second just to say this, that when we established the link with the Exim Bank in 2010 to provide $1 billion Jamaican dollars to be on lend to small enterprises, we were taking a chance. But to date, 433 small businesses have benefited from it and have borrowed $3 billion and are paying back. And not just paying back, Madam Speaker, but at a level where the fund still has, because it's a revolving one, $700 million now to be on lent further to more beneficiaries. And later on, we will talk a little bit about how we are going to try to use some of that to help some of our small entrepreneurs who were affected by the hurricane. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that we continue to enable small players to be involved in this industry, because that's the resilience that we're building at the level of the small and medium players. And so we established the Alex platform, which we have spoken about, in partnership with RADA. And to date, and this Alex platform is for small farmers now, Madam Speaker, 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre plots, nothing bigger than 5. And these farmers, since we have established the Alex platform, which is a technological application that connects them through their cell phone to the purveyors and to the hotels and so on, and restaurants around. And so far, 1,800 farmers are registered on the platform between January to December 2023. And we saw 4,343,877 kilos of produce traded, valued at $452 million, $770,000. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this platform which we launched has generated since 2020, because we launched it just after COVID. And it was in response to COVID because people couldn't go around the place anymore to visit the farms. So we made that innovation in terms of what we call virtualization, because you're now connecting virtually. And we were able to connect these small farmers to the hotels. And since 2020 to now, $1 billion Jamaican dollars of sales has been realized with the small farmers. And of course, that's excellent news for the farmers. And you know, Madam Speaker, we just make the point, because some people still say that tourism is the big man and the little people. But this government of Andrew Holness has changed that paradigm, and we are now making all, and the little man having a real stake in it. And this is why the Airbnb announcement I made a while ago is so significant. Because it's little people with their back room in West Kingston and in Upton Betty, yeah, and in Nonsuch, and wait a bit, and paying land. And back road, yes. Who are earning this. And so when it said to me that the $4 billion that we say we earn, gone all over the world, I say, take another look, because right in your backyard is that US dollar for your friend and your family. So furthermore, Madam Speaker, I am thrilled to announce a significant development in our commitment to the welfare of our tourism workers. All these points I'm making is about resilience building to future-proof this great industry. The financial, Madam Speaker, this financial year, we will construct houses specifically for tourism workers. And last week, Friday last, I went to Green Island to see the construction of the first 500 apartments that are being built for workers of the tourism industry in that area. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and I had a discussion on social housing as part of the strategy for the tourism workers. And we are already allocated $500 million from the Tourism Enhancement Fund to enable this. But I'm to tell you that the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association is now partnering with us in that regard. And the team has been established under the chairmanship of Dr. Kerry Wallace. That includes members from the JHTA, a member from my ministry, of course, the TPDCO, that's very important there, and also a member from the financial sector. And this small team will work with Project Hope from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And the commitment is to start this year, so the first 6 houses will be built in the next 4 months of this year, 3 from us at the TEF and 3 from the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. And that program will continue. We are committed to providing 3,000 houses for tourism workers. We have already provided 854 at the Ryan Park Estates. And we are also providing 300 completed lots. Well, it's a little more than completed lots because they are brownfield. People have built on them already. But what we've gone into is to put in roads and put in water and put in electricity and also sewage to ensure that we have a complete community. Because across the road from that place is one of the finest hotels with all the wonderful conveniences and creature comforts that you could want. And while people are living there in the comfort of that beautiful palace, so to speak, called hotel with all its glory, they must not be going back to hovels. And so they will walk across from Iberia Star over to Grange Pen, which will change the name shortly. It can't be Pen. We don't walk that road. So we're going to change the name. We'll tell you where and what the name will be shortly. But it will allow for the workers there to recognize that not only the industry is working in their favor, but it is also recognizing that their social needs are important and that we must respond to their development as much as we can. Madam Speaker, the tourism workers' pension plan is one of the great innovations of our time. And I am pleased to advise you that to date, we are closing in on 3 billion Jamaican dollars of savings by the workers of the industry in this pension plan, and nearly 10,000 workers have registered in that.
Yes, Acting House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member be allowed an additional 30 minutes to complete his presentation.
The question is that the minister closing the debate be given an extra 45 minutes to complete his presentation. That's what I would have given, but just in case. 45 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, indeed, we will finish within the time that you have allotted. So we appreciate that very much. So, Madam Speaker, just to close on the side of tourism, the further tourism diversification of which we spoke, and the new markets that I spoke about are in line, and we have been establishing the connections with particularly the South American market, and I'm very pleased to advise you that LATAM, which is one of the largest airlines in South America, has now completed the arrangements and have started to sell Jamaica and will commence flight from Lima, Peru on the 1st of December 2024 to Montego Bay. We will have further discussions with Azul in Brazil. On the 18th of August, we go to meet with the team there in Brazil, to meet with Avianca in Colombia. And when we have completed those two arrangements with those airlines, we would have completed the circle for South America, and we would have become now the most connected destination to South America in the English-speaking Caribbean. Madam Speaker, tourism is future-proof. Our resilience has in fact been established, and our capacity to withstand disruptions that we know are a feature of our experience is also fully demonstrated. And we are recovering stronger, but more importantly, we are thriving. That's a nice one. I'll remember that. Madam Speaker, I will now highlight the several crucial developments that emerge from the comprehensive sectoral debate presentations we heard over the past weeks. This Honourable House has been privileged to take note of speeches from both sides, with members given ample opportunity to voice their concerns on matters affecting the citizens of their respective constituencies and the ministry they serve. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to note that the sectoral debate presentations from the government side have continued to align strongly with the Most Honourable Prime Minister's vision, which he articulated in his budget presentation. That vision, Madam Speaker, is building a caring economy for you. And that has been the guiding principle of the policy initiatives and debates that we have had over the past 2 months. Madam Speaker, this year's presentation has not only reflected our achievement, but have also laid out ambitious plans for the future. They have demonstrated how each ministry and its respective public bodies are working tirelessly to create an ecosystem that truly cares for every Jamaican, both at home and abroad. From enhancing social support systems to fostering sustainable economic growth, from improving health care access to creating more inclusive education opportunities, our colleagues have presented a cohesive strategy. This strategy aims not just to drive economic progress, but to ensure that this progress translates into a better quality of life for all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, the opposition has also played a crucial role in these debates. Their constructive criticism and alternative viewpoints have contributed to a robust discussion on the best path forward for our nation. This exchange of ideas is a hallmark of our vibrant democracy, and I commend all members for their passionate and thoughtful contributions. As we move forward, it is clear that our focus remains steadfast on building a Jamaica that cares for all its citizens, provides opportunities for growth and development, and stands resilient in the face of global challenges. The concept of a caring economy is our commitment to ensure that no Jamaican is left behind as we progress. The presentations we have heard over these weeks will serve as a roadmap as we continue our work to make this vision of a caring economy a reality. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the Honourable Dr. Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness, and his team, continue to make remarkable strides in building a caring and comprehensive healthcare system for all Jamaicans. A shining example of our progress is the Code Care Project. I am proud to announce that we have completed 1,588 surgeries under this initiative, achieving 74.9% of our ambitious target of 2,000 surgeries for patients waiting over a year. This achievement, Madam Speaker, significantly reduces waiting times and improves the quality of life for many of our citizens. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I am delighted to highlight the success of the New Life program. This initiative has provided 58 Jamaicans with lower limb prosthesis at a cost of $24 million. And this has dramatically improved their mobility and their quality of life. Given the program's success and the clear need it addresses, we will be expanding it this year to benefit another 60 individuals with an increased investment of $50 million. This expansion, Madam Speaker, demonstrates our commitment to inclusive health care that reaches all members of our society regardless of their physical challenges. I'm also pleased to announce a groundbreaking initiative that will shape the future of public health in Jamaica. Our government will provide $2.5 billion in scholarships for Jamaicans pursuing studies in public health through the new Barry Wint Memorial Scholarship and Development Fund. This visionary program, sets to commence in September 24, will provide $500 million annually, investing in the new generation of public health professionals and leaders. Our efforts have been both far-reaching and transformative. We have made substantial investment in our healthcare infrastructure, undertaking significant upgrades to Common Regional Hospital, the University Hospital of the West Indies, Kingston Public Hospital, and the St. Anne's Bay Hospital. These improvements enhance our capacity to deliver quality care to every Jamaican who needs it. We have also strengthened our healthcare workforce and improved our diagnostic capabilities, ensuring we have both the facilities and the skilled professionals necessary to provide top-tier healthcare services. The Honorable Christopher Tufton also indicated that our community health initiatives have been tremendously successful. Programs like Jamaica Moves, Adopt a Clinic, and Second Chance Smiles have brought healthcare directly to our communities, promoting wellness and preventative care at the grassroots level. We have also expanded access to healthcare through innovative public-private partnerships, ensuring more Jamaicans receive timely care. Madam Speaker, I'm particularly pleased to advise that the sheer skill and actual dexterity of our healthcare professionals and our tourism minister has led to several new initiatives that operates to build and to create greater opportunities for transformation in our health sector. Operation Fresh comes to mind, an initiative to enhance healthcare facilities, which is already boosting citizens' confidence all around. We are now just improving the buildings, Madam Speaker. We are not just improving buildings around, we are enhancing the entire healthcare experience for all the people of Jamaica. The ministry is also focused on improving patient service, exploring cutting-edge diagnostic approaches, and implementing a change management process to foster a culture of excellence and patient-centered care. Madam Speaker, I now turn to education and youth, where the Honourable Favour Williams has outlined a comprehensive strategy for transforming our educational landscape. At the heart of this transformation is the recognition of our dedicated teachers, whose tireless efforts have formed the backbone of our education system. However, we must also confront the pressing issues of school violence, as she indicated. The ministers emphasize a collaborative, multitask, and multi-stakeholder approach to ensure the safety and security of our educational institutions, recognizing that a safe learning environment is fundamental to our children's success. To address these challenges, Madam Speaker, the ministry is implementing a range of programs, including the school-wide positive behavior intervention and support framework, health and family life education, and enhanced civics education, and a number of innovative strategies. These initiatives, Madam Speaker, aim to foster positive behavior and conflict resolution skills, and to build character are critical to our students. The Jamaica Education Transformation Commission has reported that a new roadmap for reform across several critical pillars. I'm pleased to report significant progress in these key areas, such as governance and accountability, early childhood education, and the support for special needs children. The establishment of Education Transformation Oversight Committees, ETOC, demonstrates our commitment to meticulous, stakeholder-driven reform. We are also addressing the need for most vulnerable youth through initiatives like the Transitional Living Program, providing vocational training, life skill and housing assistance to those who need it most. Madam Speaker, our focus has also extended itself to enhancing fundamental literacy skills through programs like the Literacy Education Acceleration Program, LEAP, and diversifying learning pathways through the Alternative Pathways to Secondary Education Program. Finally, here, Madam Speaker, the ministry is improving educational infrastructure, integrating technology in our classroom, and supporting youth development through initiatives like the Prime Minister's National Youth Awards for Excellence and Youth Innovation Centers. In national security, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang has detailed impressive advancements in safeguarding our citizens and revitalizing our neighborhood. Our mission in national security is clear: to excel in the Caribbean region and establish a safe Jamaica through evidence-based policies and strategic resource mobilization. I am pleased to report that we are making substantial progress towards this goal. One of our most significant achievements, Madam Speaker, is in the fight against organized crime. Dr. Chang reported that at the start of the year, there were 244 active gangs in the country. Through our concerned efforts and strategic interventions, I'm proud to announce that this number has been dramatically reduced to 106 active gangs, a remarkable decline of 56%. This reduction represents a major blow to organized crime and a significant step towards a safer Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we have expanded the Jamaica Eye project by installing new CCTV systems across the island. We have upgraded the Jamaica Constabulary Force Communication Network and enhanced our traffic ticketing management system. These technological advancements are crucial in our fight against crime and in improving public safety. We have also prioritized the modernization of police infrastructure. Multiple stations have been renovated or constructed, providing our law enforcement officers with the facilities they need to serve and protect effectively. Madam Speaker, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, MOCA, continues its vigilant work in investigating organized crime and corruption. These initiatives in cybersecurity and integrity assurance are at the forefront of our effort to combat sophisticated criminal activities. Our approach to crime prevention and community transformation has been holistic and far-reaching. We have implemented programs target at the at-risk youth, focusing on behavioral modification and mediation skills training. Through partnerships with various entities, we have strengthened initiatives in education, social intervention, and psychological first aid, aiming to tackle crime at its very roots. Madam Speaker, I am particularly proud of the work being done by the Department of Correctional Services, said the Minister. Their focus on rehabilitation is commendable, with programs ranging from agriculture to business management, music, and even robotics training for inmates. These initiatives not only provide valuable skills, but also offers path to reintegration and to reduce recidivism. Madam Speaker, our approach to national security is comprehensive, proactive, and deeply committed to creating safer communities for all Jamaicans. We are not just fighting crime. We are building a society where crime is less likely to take root in the first place. The significant reduction in active gang is a testament to the effectiveness of our strategies. With continued support and dedication, the Minister indicates his confidence that we will achieve our vision of a safer, more secure Jamaica for all our citizens. In the area of national justice, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Delroy Chuck presented a series of remarkable advancements. And in fact, it gives me great pleasure, as he indicated then, to inform this Honorable House that our parish courts has achieved a milestone by effectively eliminating their case backlog, marking a significant step towards our goal of timely justice delivery. Furthermore, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court have demonstrated exceptional efficiency with impressive case completion rates that underscore our unwavering commitment to a streamlined and effective judicial process. Madam Speaker, I must also, in his words, address an important aspect of our judicial system's accountability. He said last year, We paid over $530 million in judgment debt for 182 matters. This, he said, demonstrated our commitment to honoring our legal obligations and maintaining the integrity of our judicial system. Looking ahead, he has earmarked some $680 million for the current financial year to settle claims, further reinforcing our dedication to justice and fairness. Under the strategic plan of Chief Justice Brian Sykes, we are just maintaining our courts. We are elevating them, and I repeat that. We are not just maintaining our courts. We are elevating them to world-class standards, and that is the mission of this government of Andrew Holmes. We are elevating them to world-class standards. We are renovating and increasing judicial arrangements all around to ensure that our courts are well-staffed and equipped to serve the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, our commitment to justice extends beyond the courtroom. The success of our restorative justice, child diversion, and victim service program showcases our dedication to providing alternative conflict resolution methods and supporting our most vulnerable citizens. By expanding mediation services and enhancing the role of justice of the peace, we are making justice more accessible and transformative across all Jamaican communities. We have also streamlined several vital services. The expungement service now offers meaningful second chances. Our notary public services provide crucial legal authentication, and we have simplified the marriage license application process, making it more efficient for our citizens. I'm proud to report that over 9,000 licenses were granted this year, a 10% increase from last year, the minister said, generating revenue of more than 36 million Jamaican dollars. This not only demonstrates the efficiency of our service, he said, but also contribute to our national economy. Madam Speaker, in the area of local government, our Minister, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, presented a compelling array of innovative programs that are profoundly impacting the everyday lives of Jamaicans across the island. I am particularly excited, he said, to announce that this year our government has employed 10,000 young people under the Youth Summer Employment Program, YSEP. This significant expansion of the program not only addresses youth employment, but also equips our next generation with valuable skills and experiences, setting them on the path to successful careers. At the forefront of our local government effort is the modernization of our Jamaica Fire Brigade. I'm proud to report, he said, that for the first time in its history, the brigade is now at its full complement. This achievement comes after $400 million investment in new vehicles and the addition of 206 highly trained new firefighters in the last financial year. We have also implemented new record management systems and established fire warden clubs in schools, fostering a culture of safety and preparedness among our youth. These measures, Madam Speaker, coupled with the enhanced strategies to manage bushfires, are significantly strengthening the capacity and ability of the fire brigade to protect lives and properties across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the minister indicated the efforts that they have to boost the Solid Waste Management Authority, NSWMA, and to increase and improve its capacity to enable better garbage collection across the island. This administration, he indicated, has steadily and consistently invested in improving the agency's fleet, with 165 new garbage trucks purchased over the last 8 years. New units also include a compactor, crane, tipper, and scout trucks. Madam Speaker, the NSWMA's improved operations are contributing to cleaner, healthier communities island-wide. Madam Speaker, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management continues to play a crucial role in safeguarding our communities. Their implementation of the flood hazard early warning system for Port Maria is a prime example of how we are using technology to protect our citizens from national disasters. And of course, Madam Speaker, the agency is playing a critical role in the pre- and post-Hurricane Beryl efforts on the ground. And I indicated that earlier, but I want to reiterate the congratulations to the Minister and his team for the tremendous job that they have been doing so far in the recovery program. Also, Madam Speaker, the Social Development Commission has been instrumental in driving community projects and providing entrepreneurship grants. These efforts are creating economic opportunities at the grassroots level, empowering Jamaicans to build a better future for themselves and their communities. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Labour and Social Security, the Honourable Pernell Charles, indicated that at the core of the scaring economy is an unwavering commitment to empowering all Jamaicans with a particular focus on the most vulnerable citizens of our land. The program of advancement through health and education path and our social pension program continue to be the bedrock of this commitment, providing crucial support to those who need it most. We are also fortifying the foundations of our social security systems, he said. The National Insurance Scheme, NIS, and the National Insurance Fund, the NIF, are undergoing significant enhancement. He said we have now not only increased benefits, but also are reforming our investment strategies to ensure that these vital programs remain robust and sustainable for generations to come. Madam Speaker, the Overseas Employment Program, he says, is evolving to meet the needs of the changing global landscape. They are enhancing preparation and preparing services, ensuring that the workers are not just ready for international opportunities, but are positioned to excel and represent Jamaica with pride on the world stage. In line with our commitment to modernization, Madam Speaker, we are revolutionizing the ministry, the Minister said. The launch of our rebranded job portal and streamlined work permit process are making it easier for both job seekers and employers to connect and thrive. He is saying that he's particularly excited about the plans to introduce an unemployment insurance scheme, a crucial safety net that will provide security and peace of mind for all the workforce. Madam Speaker, moreover, he indicated that he is placing a strong emphasis on fostering social dialogue, strengthening labor relations, and promoting decent work and worker protection. These efforts, Madam Speaker, are fundamental in building a fair, dynamic, and prosperous labor market that benefits all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transport, the Honourable Beryl Vaz, indicated the significant strides that is made, particularly in aviation and land transportation. The airports have been notable by the improvements that we have seen, and they are experiencing now robust post-COVID traffic recovery. And I know that, Madam Speaker, from where I sit. This resurgence is not just a return to normalcy, but a springboard for future growth in our tourism and business sectors. I am pleased to announce, said the Minister, that we are reintroducing an age vehicle policy to support our public passenger vehicle PPV operators. This policy will allow existing operators to import motor cars up to 10 years old and buses up to 20 years old for use in the PPV sector. This initiative, Madam Speaker, will help modernize our public transport fleet, improving safety and efficiency for all Jamaicans. In the energy sector, he indicated that they're tackling all the challenges that they face head-on. And indeed, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed a personal piece here, that's the nature of that minister. He tackles the challenges head-on. He indicated that they are working diligently to reduce non-technical losses in electricity and enhance rural electrification, ensuring that all Jamaicans have access to reliable power. The efforts to extend Madam Speaker, their efforts to extend to managing petroleum pricing, exploring oil and gas opportunities, and developing comprehensive renewable energy plans are critical initiatives that the Minister indicated. Indeed, in telecommunications, he said that they are building new bridges to enable the bridging of the digital divide and to foster growth. The initiatives are aimed at expanding connectivity across Jamaica, ensuring that our community is not left behind in any of our digital transformation. Science and technology remains at the forefront of our development agenda. We are enhancing our investment in research and development, supporting STEM education, and establishing a technology commercialization sub-office. Madam Speaker, the Minister indicated that they have designed a whole innovative process to drive economic growth and innovation and to position Jamaica as a leader in the knowledge economy. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Culture, Gender and Entertainment and Sports, the Honorable Olivia Babsy-Grange, emphasized initially how excited she was in the development of Fort Rocky as a project that exemplifies our commitment to sustainable development in entertainment. An extensive ecological assessment has been conducted, she said, including studies in flora, fauna, sound, and light. This meticulous approach ensures that we transform Fort Rocky into an entertainment venue, and we want to do so with careful environmental and ecological monitoring. This balance between development and the preservation is crucial, Madam Speaker, for our nation's future. Equally exciting are our plans for JAMP. We envisage transforming this space into a dynamic 24-hour venue, complete with new parking lots and viewing decks. We are exploring public-private partnerships to develop JAMP as a state-of-the-art TV and film soundstage facility and live performance space. This initiative, Madam Speaker, has the potential to significantly boost our entertainment industry and create numerous job opportunities for our talented citizens. The Minister indicated how proud she was of the efforts of our sporting women, especially those affected by issues that are around. And we'll have more to say about our sporting women in another paragraph. But suffice it to say that she wanted to emphasize how critical it was for us to be supporting now our women in general, especially those affected by domestic violence. He says they have established 2 shelters that serve as more than just safe havens. That these facilities, she indicates, secure and are well equipped, and that they cater to the women and their children, offering therapeutic setting for healing and growth. These shelters, Madam Speaker, she said, are not just about protection. They are about empowerment. They offer counseling services, legal assistance, and various training programs designed to help women achieve financial independence. She indicated how pleased she was to report that women in our shelters have established thriving strawberry farms, while others are earning income through jewelry making and other skills that they have acquired since they have left their abusive situations. This approach, Madam Speaker, embodies our commitment to a caring economy. We are not just addressing immediate needs, we are providing the tools and the support necessary for these women to rebuild their lives and contribute to our society in meaningful ways. Madam Speaker, the Minister was excited also to announce her plans for the work to be done on the National Stadium redevelopment and to develop the stadium into a world-class facility. This project will facilitate under the recently signed framework for cooperation between the government of Jamaica and the United Kingdom, the wherewithal to enable the reality of a new stadium with world-class facilities. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries and Mining, the Honourable Floyd Green, indicated his commitment to building a resilient and productive agricultural sector, and that decisive actions are being taken by our farmers, particularly in the face of these climate challenges that they are now experiencing. I am pleased, he said, to announce an ambitious plan to distribute 2,500 irrigation kits to small farmers across Jamaica. This initiative will include new black and tank irrigation program and will be implemented through a mixed distribution method, ensuring that those most in need receive this crucial support. Madam Speaker, he said this is more than just a distribution of equipment. It is about empowering our farmers to withstand drought periods, enhancing their productivity, and securing our nation's food supply. This initiative is a cornerstone of our broader drought mitigation strategy, he said, demonstrating our proactive approach to climate resilience in agriculture. We're also making, he said, significant strides in large-scale irrigation projects. The PBCJ irrigation scheme is set to cover an impressive 3,000 hectares, while the Essex Valley project has completed all necessary pipes and wells and is ready in short order to be enacted. Looking ahead, he says, we have committed $730 million over the next few years to increase irrigation coverage to 4,000 hectares. These investments, Madam Speaker, will transform our agricultural landscape, boosting productivity and opening new opportunities for our farmers. In the dairy sector, he indicated that they are introducing the innovative D-Link program, providing mobile milkers and solar coolers to our dairy farmers. This technology-driven approach will enhance efficiency and quality in our dairy production, supporting their crucial sector of our agricultural economy. Madam Speaker, the Minister indicated how particularly proud he was of Project Feed, which has been allocated 390 million Jamaican dollars. This project targets explicitly youth, women, and persons with disability, providing them with opportunities in agriculture. This initiative embodies our commitment, he says, to inclusive growth and demonstrates how our caring economy extends to all sectors of the Jamaican economy. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Legal Affairs and Legal and Constitutional Affairs, the Honourable Marlene Malachou-Fort, indicated the significant steps that are being taken in modernizing our legal infrastructure, and she indicated that work has commenced on the comprehensive digital information portal for Jamaica's laws. This initiative, funded by the World Bank under its Foundation for Competitive and Growth Projects, represents, she indicated, a commitment to accessibility and transparency in our legal system. The contract for this groundbreaking Jamaica Legal Information Portal has been awarded to SoftThingG, a European consulting firm with expertise in digital solutions. I am pleased to report that work began in February of this year, and a draft design of the portal has already been completed, she indicated. The project, Madam Speaker, is progressing ahead of schedule, and if this pace continues, we anticipate user acceptance and testing to commence as early as the end of this calendar year. Madam Speaker, this portal is not just about digitizing our laws. It is about creating a platform for engagement on law reform issues. To those calling for more public involvement in our legal process, I say this: we are building the infrastructure to facilitate that engagement in this digital age, she indicated. Turning to constitutional matters, Madam Speaker, she indicated how proud she was to share that we are taking concrete steps towards a historic transition. The Constitutional Reform Committee is preparing drafting instructions for the substantive bill to transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. This process, Madam Speaker, will be thorough and inclusive, she indicated. When the bill comes to this House, it will be laid for 3 months before the debate. We intend to use this time to engage with the Jamaican people, hearing their views and informing them about the bill's content, she indicated. Further, Madam Speaker, a joint select committee of Parliament will review the bill before the debate commences in the lower house. After the debate, we will observe another 3-month period before voting, allowing us to consider all points raised during the discussions. Madam Speaker, our commitment to the democratic process does not end there. Once passed in the House, the bill will proceed to the Senate. As stipulated in our Constitution, if the Senate does not pass the bill with the required 2/3 majority within a month, it will be considered rejected. And she made a strong point on that. This meticulous process, Madam Speaker, reflects the gravity of the change we are considering. It ensures that every voice is heard, every concern is addressed, and that we move forward as a united nation. Madam Speaker, these developments in our legal and constitutional affairs demonstrate our government's dedication to modernization, transparency, and democratic participation. We are not just updating our laws and constitution. We are paving the way for a more engaged, informed, and empowered Jamaican citizenry, she concluded. Madam Speaker, the opposition members made valuable contributions to this year's debate. Their insights have enriched the debate and have offered alternative perspectives on crucial national issues. Member Anthony Hilton, the spokesman on industry investment and global logistics, presented a compelling case for the establishment of a national supply chain and logistics council. And he and I are at one on that. In our post-COVID world, he indicated this proposal carries significant weight. And I want to endorse that, in fact. Mr. Hilton emphasized the critical need for real-time data quality and transparency to inform effective policy interventions. He astutely pointed out the necessity for trade diversification and industrial policy intervention to mitigate over-reliance risks. His vision extended to updating and expanding trade agreements, particularly with Africa, to bolster our global supply chain. He also highlighted the untapped potential of our medicinal cannabis and nutraceutical industries, as well as the revitalization of the Global Logistics Hub Initiative as avenues for job creation and investment attraction. Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesperson on Foreign Affairs and Regional Affairs, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, brought to our attention the pressing need for a new direction in regional and foreign affairs. Her presentation underscored the importance of precise policy positions, accountability, and inclusivity in Jamaica's foreign relations. Dr. Brown-Burke addressed a range of critical issues, from the Palestinian crisis to Jamaica's role in CARICOM, international trade, cybercrime, and the growing threat of disinformation. Her emphasis on transparency, public engagement, and upholding democratic values in governance is both timely and crucial. Mr. Michael Phillips, the opposition spokesman on housing and transport and works, providing a comprehensive overview of challenges in various sectors, calling for improved governance and accountability. His focus on public transport sector highlighted the urgent need for a new policy direction to ensure safety and efficiency. He also stressed the importance of modernizing and regulating the Transport Authority to enhance operational efficiency. His contribution extended to road safety and infrastructure maintenance, which are crucial factors in reducing accidents and fatalities, he said. His advocacy for a national consultation on the mining sector, particularly in light of development in rare earth minerals, demonstrates foresight in maximizing our natural resources. The call for inclusive policies for local contractors reflects a commitment to leveling the playing field and promoting equitable economic growth. Madam Speaker, there are many other powerful contributions from the opposition, and all of these underscore the importance of collaboration and unity in driving positive change for Jamaica. They remind us that despite our differences, we share a common goal, the progress and prosperity of our nation. Their emphasis on sustainable growth, inclusive development, and resilience building aligns with our government's vision of a caring economy. As we move forward, we will carefully consider these proposals and insights. The opposition's call for proactive policies, collaborative efforts, and a steadfast commitment to enhancing Jamaica's economic landscape resonates with our objectives. Together, we can navigate the uncertain global dynamics and build a more equitable, inclusive, and prosperous Jamaicans for all. Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd just like to give a quick update on our parliamentary support services. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to provide an update on the significant improvements made to our parliamentary support services over the past financial year. Safety and security. We have prioritized the safety and security of our parliament, implementing the following key upgrades. 1, our fire alarm systems have been modernized from analog to digital, enhancing our fire detection capabilities. 2, we are installing storm shutters to protect against severe weather events. 3, parliamentary staff have received ongoing disaster preparedness training from ODPEM and the Jamaica Fire Brigade. We are upgrading our CCTV systems with advanced AI features, including, and members, you need to listen to this, including facial recognition, intrusion detection, and incident management. For the benefit of the member from Southwest St. Catherine, I want to repeat this particular feature that is coming. We are upgrading our CCTV system with advanced AI features, including facial recognition, intrusion detection, and incident management. We are procuring equipment to protect biological agents. Sorry, I say that again. Not protecting. We are procuring equipment to detect biological agents, further safeguarding our premises. A central operational command room will be constructed to improve security functions integration. Very important. And the JCF has increased its presence with more frequent visits by divisional duty officers. We make these measures, Madam Speaker, in light of the recent event which took place here and has caused some concern among us and have forced us to take another look at our whole security situation. Madam Speaker, we just need 3 minutes to finish. 3 minutes to finish. About 3 minutes to finish. I wish. Yeah, just 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member be allowed 3 minutes to complete his presentation. Thank you. That's what it is.
House, the question is the member be allowed an additional 5 minutes to complete the presentation. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that since my last address, we have passed 20 bills in this Honourable House. Our committees have been quite active with 119 meetings held, 55 sessional select committee meetings, and 64 joint select committee meetings. In the area of human resource management, our Parliament's strength, Madam Speaker, as you know, lies in our dedicated staff. We currently have 77 persons on staff, and I'm pleased to announce that we have received approval for 14 new posts. 4 of these will boost our ICT capabilities, aligning with our goal of increased technological integration. Madam Speaker, the Chamber's renovation and microphone installation project completed in summer of 2023 was a significant milestone. We have reconfigured the Legislative Chamber to its pre-COVID layout, installed new carpeting, and refreshed the furnishings. The state-of-the-art microphone system, which we're now using, Madam Speaker, is a product of this project. Furthermore, we have enhanced our audiovisual capabilities with new television monitors in the chamber, replacing the older projector system. This upgrade allows for clearer and more effective presentations during our sessions. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that during the summer recess, we will undertake a renovation of the general areas within the chamber and, of course, the service facilities for members, particularly the canteen and the sanitary conveniences that we have. Madam Speaker, these improvements in safety, security, human resources, and infrastructure demonstrates our commitment to modernizing our Parliament. They ensure that this institution, the heart of our democracy, remains efficient, secure, and well-equipped to serve the people of Jamaica. As we continue to evolve and adopt, we reaffirm our dedication to upholding the highest standards of parliamentary service and democratic governance. And Madam Speaker, I want to personally commend you for the very strong and effective leadership that you've offered to this House, and the fact that we maintain at all times the discipline within this chamber. The effort to make our session start promptly at 2 p.m., I think, is an innovation that will augur well to establish the standards that this House wants to set for the rest of the nation. So as we conclude the sectoral debate, Madam Speaker, I'm filled with immense pride and optimism for our nation's future. The presentations we have heard over these weeks have painted a vivid picture of a Jamaica on the move, a Jamaica that is not just growing, but growing with purpose and compassion. From tourism to agriculture, from healthcare to education, from national security to cultural development, we have seen how each ministry is working tirelessly to build a caring economy that serves all Jamaicans. Our achievements are not just numbers on a page. They represent actual improvement in the lives of our people. But, Madam Speaker, we are not just resting on our laurels. The plans and initiatives we have discussed today are just the beginning. We recognize that there are still challenges to overcome and heights yet to reach. However, I stand before you today confident in our ability to meet these challenges head-on. Our vision of a caring economy is not just a Jamaican government's initiative. It is a national movement. It requires the effort of every Jamaican in our homes, in our schools, in our businesses, and in our communities. Together, we are building a Jamaica where every citizen has the opportunity to thrive. No one is left behind. And our collective prosperity is measured not just in economic growth, but in the well-being of all our people. As we move forward, let us carry with us the spirit of collaboration and dedication that has characterized these debates. Let us continue to work together across party lines and across communities to build the Jamaica we all dream of, a Jamaica that is prosperous, just, and caring. Madam Speaker, I thank all members of this Honorable House for their contribution, their passion, and their commitment to our nation's progress. To the people of Jamaica, I say, your government is working for you, investing in you, and building a future with you at its heart. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
House Leader, if you don't mind, there are additional items on public business that will partially depend on a proceeding.
No. We have to
So I would ask for a recommittal of the item.
Let me just close.
Oh, you haven't closed it?
No. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion on closing the debate be approved. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader? Yes, we would go to, well, here is Minister Vaz rushing in, so it's now over to you, House Leader, to determine.
Or ask for recommittal on the matter of public business. Yes, there is a matter in the name of the Minister of Science and Technology. I think it has to do with the reprieve bill, the Traffic Act. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member be allowed now to present the bill.
On the 30th of January 24, a bill entitled Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Amendments Act 24 was tabled. Today, I take this bill to this Honorable House. The bill cited as the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Amendments Act 2024. The bill proposes to make minor amendments to the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act 23, the Principal 2023 Act, to ensure its accurate and efficient use. Like the 2023 Act, the bill affirms the intent to afford persons a period of reprieve to address outstanding matters for the motoring public in respect of prescribed notices issued before February 1st, 2023, under Section 116 of the Road Traffic Act, 1938, and to nullify the demerit points recorded against all driver's licenses before February 1st, 2023. Outstanding tickets issued before February 1st, 2018, and demerit points accrued up to February 1st, 2023, were made null and void and not carried over to the Road Traffic Act, 2018, which came into effect on February 1st, 2023. For all tickets which were paid by January 31st, 2023, the demerit points were expunged. Madam Speaker, since the enactment of the 2023 Act, some minor amendments were proposed to the Principal Act, which are captured in this bill that is now before this Honourable House. The significant features of the bill. The bill is comprised of 4 clauses and seeks to amend the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act in 3 ways. The first clause, Section 1, introduces a bill citing it as the Road Traffic Act Reprieve and Nullification of the Prescribed Notices Amendment Act 2024. The bill shall read and be read and construed as one with the 2023 Act. The other 3 clauses contain the core provisions and are as follows. Section 2 amends one of the key terms in the interpretation of the 2023 Act, specifically the meaning of outstanding traffic penalty. The definition will be entirely replaced by the following. Outstanding traffic penalty means the fixed penalty in respect of an offence to which Section 116 of the Road Traffic Act 1938 relates that would have been payable pursuant to a prescribed notice issued during the period commencing on February 1st, 2018 and ending January 31st, 2023, before the end of 21 days following the date of the notice or such longer period, if any, as may be specified in the notice, or that would have been payable but was not paid within the prescribed times. A qualifying person is anyone who has been issued with a traffic ticket. The definition of outstanding traffic penalty in its expanded form in the bill will also contemplate any monetary penalty imposed by the traffic court or the parish court that becomes due for payment in relation to the offence that led to the prescribed notice being issued. Section 3 of the bill seeks to amend Section 4 of the 23 Act by inserting the words "or any parish court" immediately after the words "traffic court." This amendment is deemed important to remove any uncertainty as to whether the parish courts have jurisdiction to handle road traffic matters akin to the key objectives in the 2023. Section 4 of the bill seeks to repeal Section 6 of the Principal Act and replace it with the words, "The following are hereby rendered void and of no effect. A, any prescribed notice issued before February 1st, 2018 for which payment of the outstanding penalty has not been made, and B, any charge for an offence that arose from failure to pay a prescribed notice issued before February 1st, 2018. If the charge was not determined by a court on or before January 31st, 2023. In the 2023 Act, provisions was made to make void the prescribed notice. This bill will go further to make void any charge for an offence that arose from failure to pay the prescribed notice issued before February 1st, 2018. And in relation to that charge, the court has not made a determination on or before January 31st, 2023. Madam Speaker, I present the bill for approval, and just to indicate that the ministry had given a date of the end of June for the review to be completed of the other issues pertaining to the Road Traffic Act. I'm pleased to say that all of those contributions have come into the ministry. They are being perused, and the matter will now go to Cabinet in the shortest possible time to have this matter resolved once and for all.
Member from Manchester Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we really have no issue with the bill that has been presented by the Minister. But just to say that, you know, the Act itself was passed in January of 2023, and it shouldn't have really taken us a year and a half to really have these amendments brought to the Parliament itself. It really just shows the lack of agility and responsiveness of the legislator in processes like these. And this is something that is evident that we need to improve that process itself to be able to respond to the people that we serve. So, Madam Speaker, I'm glad that the Minister himself spoke about the review. Let's hope that it doesn't take as long to bring the results of the review. Because while we somewhat tinker and having the process taken so long, there are issues out there, as the Minister would have recognized it himself, having to do with the Road Traffic Act, that we in this House have passed. He himself and the Prime Minister had to somewhat deal with the aspect having to do with cell phones. And there are other major issues out there that you'd have seen even in the public transport sector. So I'm hoping that in short order that those will be brought to the House and that we will do some review, because there are still quite a number of those in the regulations that have not been promulgated, right? Having to do with the issue of using the cameras, the identification of the license plates using cameras, and issues like that. We have taken a lot of deliberation and a lot of review in getting that Road Traffic Act passed. And I think it is a disservice to the people of Jamaica by the Parliament itself to not have most, if not all, of what we have in it reviewed and promulgated to become law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Andrew Northeast.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify, you see, when the original act was passed and the relief was given to persons who had tickets before 2018, you wanted to waive all of that. It happened that when the judges looked at it, they felt that this amendment was necessary because it didn't completely waive matters that had started. And interestingly, I was in the Kingston Traffic Court last week. Just to check on hurricane if there were any damage. I mean, the storage for tickets up to 2018 occupy 2 trailer loads. And they want to get rid of them, but because they were waiting on this amendment to get rid of all the tickets, and that is why Minister Vaz, I begged him to take it today so that we can just complete it. But it's not the fault so much of the ministry. When the judges point out the slight amendment which had to be made to make it proper, I have to tell you, and leader of the opposition will tell you, you go ring a roses. Because when it goes, remember his ministry, it has to go back to the National Security Ministry, Ministry of Justice, Attorney General, LD, the law reform, before it finally came. But it was tabled in January, and somehow we should have dealt with it earlier, right? But just to add, it's a road traffic bill, and we're trying to clear up and give as much concession to violators up to 2023. But, Madam Speaker, I have to tell you, as I said, I passed by the road traffic, the traffic court. And it is sad to say, Madam Speaker, but our drivers, we need to urge them to just obey the road code. When you see, Madam Speaker, the number of traffic tickets, not only that are paid at TAJ, but those who don't pay within 31 days, they end up in the traffic courts. And Madam Speaker, it is amazing, colleagues, that close to 80% of the matters that come to the parish courts are actually traffic matters. I mean, they're dealt with very quickly because they come and they just plead guilty. But when you count the number, it's close to 80%. It is just ridiculous. And, Madam Speaker, a number of persons don't come to court, and when they don't come to court to pay because they fail to pay a TAJ, now what is happening is that the court is now issuing warrant, and this is now being issued electronically. So, Madam Speaker, when I checked last week, the Kingston Traffic Court alone is issuing over 3,000 warrants every week. We are begging the motorists of this country, just comply with the law. But if you fail, you should only come to the traffic court if you really feel you're not guilty and you're challenging a case. But don't come to the traffic court to plead guilty and pay. It's holding up the court. So I'm pleading with the motorists, Madam Speaker. But the point is that they believe now that they can beg the judge to give them a smaller. The truth is that the judges are now empowered to double or triple the fine. And I'm begging motorists, Madam Speaker, comply with the road code. Don't come to the courts unless you feel you should not have been ticketed and you challenge a case. Because, Madam Speaker, the courts are now sitting night courts on Saturday to deal with a number of matters. And I say, Madam Speaker, I hope that our plea to the motorists doesn't fall on deaf ears.
Thank you very much. Colleague from Northwest Manchester and Northeast St. Andrew. I think, Madam Speaker, the points raised by both members are of importance in relation to the length of time that this has taken, and I want to give a commitment that as quickly as we can get to Cabinet and get Cabinet approval, is as quickly as I want to take it through the processes to get it here so we can, as I said before, sign off and get this matter behind us with a fully revised Road Traffic Act that addresses all the concerns that have been raised. There's a good, strong committee of government agencies, including the police, who have been tirelessly spending time trying to just get it right. So I'm hoping that the public will be much happier in relation to some of the issues that have been raised before. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I would ask that the bill be read a second time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. We're currently in committee, members. Minister, how would you like to approach? En bloc? Minister, just to confirm, you have no amendments. I heard you in your initial statement saying something about circling. Thanks. So, members, I put clauses 1 through clauses 4. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I now report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Members, we are back in the House.
For the bill to be read a third time.
So, Minister, in keeping with the proper order and sequence, we are back in the House, and I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. We now ask that the Minister gives direction on reading the bill a third time.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Thank you, Minister. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act, read a third time and pass.
So, House Leader, over to you.
Madam Speaker, I now beg to move that the substantive agenda be reverted to and that the item statement by Minister be now introduced. And we have a number of statements. The first will be by the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries and Mining, the Honorable Floyd Green. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Question is that we recommit the items on the agenda. We start with statement by ministers. First, to his feet, let us make welcome the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
let me just wish God's richest blessings on you on this day. I would rather you be elsewhere enjoying the day, but I understand that you are here with us, and as such, I wish you the happiest of birthdays. Madam Speaker, as I traverse some of the hardest hit areas of Hurricane Beryl, the devastation and dislocation is like nothing I have seen or experienced before. What, however, continues to stand out to me is the spirit of the Jamaican people. The determination and dedication that despite the odds, despite the circumstance, once there is life, we will find a way to press on. This, Madam Speaker, is the epitome of the Jamaican spirit. And a true testament of that spirit is found in our farmers and fishers of Jamaica. Our food heroes who are determined to play their part in ensuring that we have food on our table. They suffered a devastating blow, but we are determined to put hands and hearts together to ensure that they recover even stronger. It is against this background, Madam Speaker, that I rise to firstly outline the impact of Hurricane Beryl and outline our immediate response. There will be further intervention that I will outline further on, but we think it is important to start with a quick relief effort for farmers and fishers. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Beryl is the earliest Category 5 storm on record, and again serves as a stark reminder of the challenges that we face as small island developing states and the vulnerability of our agriculture and fisheries sectors. Within several months, the truth is there are several months remaining in our hurricane season, which does not end until November. And as such, this tremendous blow has come at the worst possible time. The devastation from Hurricane Beryl to our agriculture and fisheries sector is extensive, affecting several parishes, with the most severely affected being St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, Westmoreland, and St. Catherine. Unfortunately, those parishes represent some of our most productive agricultural zones. Our preliminary assessment, conducted in collaboration with the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, JACRA, the National Fisheries Authority, National Irrigation Commission, and others, reveal the extent of the devastation. Approximately 23,040 hectares of farmland has been affected. It has impacted over 48,000 farmers. In fact, at our last count, 48,852 farmers have been impacted. We have lost 323,412 animals, to include small ruminants, poultry, and cattle. Madam Speaker, the assessment up to today's date puts the financial loss to our agricultural sector at $4.73 billion. The hurricane's wrath spared little in its path. Domestic crops saw us losing approximately 18,700 hectares of our vegetable lines, with damages estimated at about $1.95 billion, affecting 40,000 farmers. Crops that were most significantly impacted include sweet pepper, tomato, lettuce, cabbage, carrot, and vine crops like melon, cantaloupe suffered a significant blow. Banana and plantain crops covering 1,780 hectares have also been lost, estimated at about $385 million Jamaican dollars and impacting 1,640 farmers. Fruit trees, Madam Speaker, suffered a heavy blow. 890 hectares of fruit trees have suffered damage. Most of them were completely lost, estimated at $337 million, affecting 1,470 farmers. Tuber crops, yams, cassava, covering 1,670 hectares, have been lost, impacting 1,120 farmers and estimated at $524 million Jamaican dollars. Our small poultry farmers were severely hit, with 43,000 layabirds and 278,000 broilers being lost, amounting to over $200 million in damages. 980 small ruminants, 514 pigs, 278 cattle were also lost. Again, over 100 million in damages. One of the areas that we don't often speak about, but is very important to our agricultural sector, is apiculture, or bee keepers. And we lost 640 bee colonies in Hurricane Beryl, amounting to over $12 million in damages. Again, some of the hardest hit farmers have been our greenhouse farmers. We lost 236 greenhouse structures, covering 688,000 square feet, with losses estimated at 856 million Jamaican dollars. We also estimate that 62 kilometers of farm roads have been damaged, with repair costs of about 165 million. We also suffered some damage to farm buildings, including our RADA office in Westmoreland. 217,000 square feet of farm buildings have been damaged, estimated repair costs of $85 million. Irrigation systems covering 35 hectares have been damaged, estimated cost of $35 million, and damage to the NIC's irrigation network infrastructure, including broken mains and, unfortunately, significant loss to our renewable energy systems is estimated at about $400 million. Madam Speaker, there was an estimated 60% damage to coffee farms and infrastructure across all parishes, with an estimated loss of 25,000 boxes, equivalent to approximately 200 million Jamaican dollars in revenue. Cocoa farmers suffered about 40% loss, primarily in St. Thomas and St. Mary, with a projected loss of 1,000 boxes. Pimento trees saw about 50% damage, particularly in St. Thomas and St. Elizabeth and Manchester, estimated loss of 20,000 kilograms. Nutmeg production, 20% damage, potential loss of 1,000 kilograms. Turmeric and ginger crops, about 20% damage, estimated loss of 100,000 kilograms. Madam Speaker, as I move to fisheries, I want to firstly commend our fishers who heeded our calls to take precautionary measures. A number of them took the steps to secure their vessels. We had excellent relocation from the PJ Keys back home, and as such, that is why we don't have significant damage to fishing vessels. Nonetheless, our fishers still suffered. I apologize. You'll get a copy. One has been emailed. And Madam Speaker, I should have started by apologizing, right? Because a copy should have been provided, but we were working up to, I came into the house. One should be circulated as I speak.
Madam Speaker, this is the most important statement, and it is unreasonable. It is unreasonable for us not to be able to have a copy of the statement. And I urge the Minister, if you could allow another statement to proceed until the copies are ready.
Madam Speaker, I do expect, and I have asked that the soft copy be circulated to the House. I will ask the House to print it, and I'm sure that by the time I'm at the end, you will have it to respond to. Madam Speaker, I must commend, I was saying that
So, House Leader and Opposition Leader for Opposition Business, I looked around after you started speaking and realized, Minister, that I did not have a copy of your statement by Minister, but I'm not aware of any other statement other than the one on the agenda. So, House Leader, I'm not sure if there's another minister we can take in the interim. If not, we will break. We'll take a break and allow.
Madam Speaker, I regret very much that the copies aren't ready, but the minister assures us that we'll have. The process of printing has been a little slow, and the understanding that we have on both sides would you allow for perhaps a break of 5 minutes to allow for the printing to be completed for distribution? Yes? Agreed. Madam Speaker.
Members. Minister, just a quick question. Is the electronic copies, has the electronic copies been circulated to all the members?
No, Madam Speaker, we had sent the electronic copies to Parliament. So I will ask it to be sent now to the members.
All right, so members, Leader, go ahead.
So let's make him finish. So, Madam Speaker, in the spirit of true bipartisanship, the understanding is that the Minister of Agriculture will have his statement ready for distribution, and the Prime Minister will make his statement while distribution of the same will be done while he's speaking. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members, and as soon as I have it.
No, so the negotiated position was announced by House Leader.
Okay.
The opposition would like the Prime Minister to make his statement as his physical copies are just about here, and then they will continue with statement by Minister for Agriculture. Members, let us make welcome to his feet our Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I take this opportunity to wish you a very happy birthday. Madam Speaker, for those persons tuned in, watching the live feed on PBCJ, and they may be wondering why it is that Minister Green was stopped in full flight, there is a rule of the House as it regards statements made by ministers, that the statements ought to be provided to the opposition spokesperson, and to the leader of government business and the leader of opposition business, and to the Speaker. And the reason is that in this House, it is not normal that when members rise to speak, they are speaking from written text, except for certain defined presentations, specifically when we are making statements or we are presenting bills. And it is important that the opposition or the opposite side be able to follow the presentations that are made, because they are technically ministry papers, effectively, when they are presented. And that is the purpose. So it is not a petty matter, Madam Speaker. We acknowledge that it is something of importance and it should be done. There are challenges with the equipment of Parliament to be able to produce them at speed and pace and timeliness, but we make do with the resources that we have while still keeping the rules of Parliament. So I just thought I'd give that context to what has happened a while ago. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide this Honourable House with a further update on relief and recovery activities post-Hurricane Beryl. Madam Speaker, the NWA recorded 590 roads that had been affected by Hurricane Beryl. Out of those, 15 roads, or 2.5%, remain blocked. 372, or 63%, have been restored to full two-lane access, and 203, or 34%, have been cleared to single-lane access. So the NWA has largely achieved the task of ensuring vehicular mobility island-wide after the hurricane. The next task for the NWA is to clear waterlogged and flooded areas, which means clearing drains and gullies and removing blockages and washed down debris to prevent future flooding. This activity will be done in collaboration with the NSWMA, that will be responsible for the removal of bulky waste, and with the Ministry of Health and Wellness in targeting areas that may be breeding sites for various vectors, particularly mosquitoes and rats. $800 million has been allocated to the NWA as part of this national cleanup program, which I had announced last week. This $800 million is a small part of the overall preliminary estimate from the NWA for road infrastructure repair and rehabilitation of $10.25 billion. So just to be clear, Madam Speaker, this is not the entirety of the allocation, but we are making an allocation in the interim whilst we have the full assessment, and so that we can actually start the recovery and mitigate the threats that exist, particularly as it relates to the breeding of certain vectors. Madam Speaker, in terms of the NSWMA, in addition to the allocation of $800 million to the NWA, $500 million has been allocated to the NSWMA for the National Cleanup Program. This program of work, which will be executed over a 1-month period, will include extensive bulky waste and residential waste removal as a result of the hurricane, cleanup of thoroughfares and urban centers, and removal of overgrown vegetation as well as fallen trees. With the Emancipation and Independence holidays approaching, it is also a perfect opportunity for Jamaicans to become involved in this initiative by participating in the cleanup and beautification efforts. It is our intention to utilize the labor of community personnel, aided by the use of small tools and heavy equipment where necessary. Madam Speaker, please note that this program will not be driven by members of Parliament. Therefore, there will be no specific constituency allocation, as not all constituencies were equally affected. However, MPs and councillors will be able to make recommendations for consideration under the program. The NWA and the NSWMA will therefore have the latitude to focus on fast-tracking the recovery efforts in areas that have been most affected. So what this means, Madam Speaker, is that it is a national program. The two entities will have the latitude to look at the areas that are most affected and start in those areas. Members of Parliament and councillors can point out to the NSWMA or the NWA gullies and drains, dumps that need to be cleared that have accumulated as a result of the local cleanup effort. As I've seen traveling around Jamaica, many communities have taken it onto themselves to debush, to cut trees, but they're not carting away the debris, and it is piling up in the community. So the NSWMA and the NWA will have that latitude. They will have to work together, because the NWA will generate debris and the NSWMA must move it. So that is the nature of the program. So I would say to the MPs and the councillors that you may want to work with your parish reps to determine a schedule, point them to areas that are of critical need, and I believe if we work in this coordinated way, we could have a very impactful national cleanup program. Madam Speaker, while there was damage island-wide, the parochial roads in some parishes were severely affected by Hurricane Beryl. These parishes, some parishes were particularly affected. These parishes include Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Westmoreland, St. James, St. Catherine, and St. Andrew. And in St. Andrew, particularly East Rural and West Rural St. Andrew. The cost of restoring accessibility to all the communities connected through the road network is approximately $447 million. This estimate includes work being done in St. Elizabeth, which is estimated at $140 million. Madam Speaker, I can report that clearance along the parochial road network is now approximately 80% completed. Also, Madam Speaker, a number of infirmaries, municipal buildings, and markets were damaged. It is estimated that the restorative works to these structures will cost approximately $230 million. We have estimated for infirmaries $110 million, markets $100 million, and municipal buildings $20 million. Madam Speaker, repairs to some markets and infirmaries have already started. In terms of the fast tracking of damage assessment, Madam Speaker, there is much data collection and damage assessment work being done across Jamaica. Given our commitment to fast-track these assessments, the government, through the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, has provided 200 summer workers from the Youth Summer Employment Program to assist the Ministry of Labour and Social Security in its effort to assist those affected in a timely manner. I'm also pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that an additional 300 summer workers from the Youth Summer Employment Program will be assigned to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management to bring rapid conclusion to the damage assessment process, and they will be in the field beginning next Monday, July 22nd. Madam Speaker, I spent some time last week discussing the importance of hurricane straps. And I should say, Madam Speaker, that as I drive around the country, it is clear that those householders, those homeowners rather, who have followed the building code, who have used hurricane straps, or have used roofing systems that are hurricane rated, those structures fared much better. So you could see, Madam Speaker, driving down a stretch of road, you can see one house, zinc roof, stood up, and another one, obviously with zinc roof right beside it, that roof is gone. And on further examination, you would see that appropriate building codes were not followed. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy that the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, through the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, will be launching a program that will focus on resilient roofing. And this is through the promotion of the use of hurricane straps, and as well as not just the promotion, but it is the intention of that ministry to also distribute hurricane straps in particular communities. In terms of electricity, Madam Speaker, the JPS has reported that it has supplemented its resource pool with former employees as well as engaging local contractors from the bauxite industry assigned to Hanover and St. Elizabeth. In addition, the company is currently engaging CARILEC, that is the Caribbean Electric Utility Services Corporation, CARILEC, to provide support resources in the coming days. We should be getting line workers from countries such as Belize and Cayman who will help JPS to address the outage pockets that exist within the island. Overall, power has been restored to approximately 655,000 customers, which represents 94.6% of the customer base of the country. I need to say this. I want to say this again. Overall, power has been restored to approximately 655,000 customers, which represents 94.6% of the customer base. Madam Speaker, we can only report what the utility company has reported to us. To be clear, Madam Speaker, we do not just accept what is given to us. I am certain that Minister Vaz has interrogated this figure. But it is important that we understand what the figure is saying. What this figure is saying is that the customer base, meaning those persons who have an account with the JPS, that it has been returned. It might be a surprise to many, Madam Speaker, when we start to look at magnitude, that St. Elizabeth itself accounts for approximately 5% of the customer base. And that is a challenge, Madam Speaker. So the customer base is highly concentrated in Kingston and St. Andrew, Spanish Town, Portmore, St. James. So that's and that is because of the urban nature of electricity usage. So, Madam Speaker, this is not to say that there are not significant areas that are without electricity. And I want that to be reconciled in the presentation. Right? So for context, the broader parish of St. Elizabeth only represents 5% of the total customer base. And that should give, a reasonable expectation in terms of how the return of electricity, Madam Speaker, will be effective. Now, power has been restored to all major hospitals, and the restoration to critical NWC sites is approximately 81% complete as of July 16th, today's date. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that power has been restored to approximately 49% of customers in St. Elizabeth. Key areas restored include sections of Black River, Junction, Alligator Pond, Santa Cruz, Silo, Lacovia, Eldersley, and Top Hill. The JPS has indicated that they are targeting the week ending August 10th for full restoration island-wide. Well, remember last week, Madam Speaker, the JPS had given us a target date, which we all questioned as to whether or not it was feasible. So the new target date to have everything completed would be August 10th. But, Madam Speaker, I think we should look at the overall picture. And we were given some targets that obviously were ambitious. But generally, Madam Speaker, 10 days after a hurricane, to be at 94% is a significant achievement. There are other countries, Madam Speaker, which would have gotten hit by a Category 1 hurricane, and there are still complaints of over 500,000 customers without electricity. So this is not in any way to diminish the frustration that persons who are without electricity have. But I think in general, we need to moderate the expectations of immediate return. Because, Madam Speaker, there are some challenges that we need to account for when we are building out our expectation for the return of electricity. For example, if it rains, the linemen will not be able to work in this kind of weather. So they may lose a day or two. Madam Speaker, there are poles in certain locations which are unsafe to treat with. So they may have to realign poles because of land slippage, other broken infrastructure. That makes it more difficult. I see you have the gavel at ready, Madam Speaker.
House Leader, Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, the member's time having been expired for speaking, I beg to move that it be extended by half an hour so as to allow him to complete the presentation. May I please use Madam Speaker?
House, the question is that the Prime Minister's time be extended by 30 minutes to allow for completion of the statement by Minister. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the point that I was making and thank you for the extension, is that the JPS, in trying to complete the restoration, is facing some challenges that are not all exclusively within their domain or control. And therefore, Madam Speaker, there may need to be greater exercise of patience in the return. But having said that, Madam Speaker, in Manchester, in Duff House, Alligator Pond, Moorlands Housing Scheme, and these areas and Spaldings, we have restored electricity in these areas in Manchester. In Clarendon, sections of Lionel Town, Mitchell Town, Rocky Point, and Portland Cottage have been restored, and the target for full restoration in those areas would be the end of July. We are aware of reports about unscrupulous individuals pretending to be JPS workers and requesting the communities pay money for their power to be restored. This is totally unacceptable. We want to remind our citizens that this is unsafe, illegal, and unethical, and poses a threat to lives and property, and indeed to the legitimate JPS crews that are working to restore electricity. We are also aware that some persons are demonstrating because of the delay in getting back their electricity. We understand your frustration, and we are doing everything to get you your electricity as quickly as possible. But the demonstrations, Madam Speaker, will not help. The demonstrations could potentially delay restoration efforts in your communities, as, of course, blocked roads impede access. And there are also safety concerns, as JPS employees could be exposed to violence and confrontations in communities where persons are protesting. So we know, Madam Speaker, it is inconvenient to be without the electricity service. But again, I ask for patience. JPS is doing everything to get your power back as soon as possible. And Madam Speaker, the government is not just merely taking the word of JPS. I know Minister Vaz has been very stringent, that's the word I would use, in his oversight of the JPS. And the government has done all that it can to ensure coordination with the various agencies and entities to ensure that the JPS has access to areas where their poles have been damaged, but there is also infrastructure damage that would inhibit them from making progress. Madam Speaker, in terms of water, approximately 464,000 customers out of the NWC's 546,000 customer base, or 85%, now have water supply restored. 13 major towns have been restored with water supply. The Black River facilities have been partially restored, and overall 78 critical systems are still dependent on and awaiting JPS's restoration of electricity. Madam Speaker, the government is clear that those citizens without access to potable water are currently in a difficult situation, and the NWC is working closely with the JPS to have these systems energized to alleviate the struggle that those customers are experiencing. Madam Speaker, it is important for the country to understand, however, that the 15% of customers not yet benefiting from restoration are being served. Well, Madam Speaker, let me make this point. the 15% of customers not yet benefiting from restoration are served by just under 50% of the NWC's pumps, or over 300 pumps. This is a point that needs some explanation. Madam Speaker, because of the dispersed nature of the rural customer base, they have to be served by many more pumps, over 300 pumps. So, Madam Speaker, in Kingston, where one pump would serve a large number of customers, because of the dispersed nature, you have to have more pumps in more communities to serve the population, which means that you would have to electrify more pumps than normal. And that means, Madam Speaker, that when the electricity goes down, even if the electricity were to come back in stages, you would need to have the electricity come back in full force, meaning you would have to have all your electricity stations generating right across the island in order for water to be provided to the 15% of the customer base that is without. And that is a complication, Madam Speaker, that we are examining as to how we can mitigate against. It means that we would have to put in place backup systems for these 300 pumps to ensure that there is rural resilience for water. So it is for this reason that I have instructed the NWC to rent every available and appropriate generator to give support to these communities. We will be mounting these generators on flatbed trucks so that they can move between communities to allow for temporary reprieve while storage tanks, both households and communities, are refilled. We are targeting approximately 50 of these mobile generators to work in parallel with the JPS effort. So to explain this further, Madam Speaker and members, so these 300 pumps, which only serve 15% of the customer base, they may not all come back online. Well, they won't come back online at the same time or very quickly. So whilst we await JPS bringing electrification, we will rent pumps, but we will rent generators rather, but these generators will be mobile. So the plan is to move around the country, electrify these pumps, announce the period of time when these communities will have water so they can fill their tanks or fill the large community tanks, and we will move around until JPS has returned electricity to the rest of the areas. They have started. So, Madam Speaker, we have started. We have rented the generators that are here locally. They have made provisions for the flatbeds. Some generators are going to be left in place. I know at least one is in place now and working. So within a matter of days, this will be mobilized, and communities that are without electricity and without water will likely get the commodity in their pipes. Madam Speaker, while we have already placed generators at pumps serving hospitals, other medical facilities and infirmaries. So, Madam Speaker, while we have already placed generators at pumps and hospitals, other medical facilities and infirmaries, these mobile solutions will be deployed starting, as I've said, tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I have given the Minister with Oversight for Water, Minister Samuda, an instruction to pursue an aggressive resilience plan for the NWC to ensure that all major systems serving population centers possess redundancy through the purchase of generators. The first phase of this will cost approximately 750 million Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, this is an important point to note. The NWC was never developed along the lines of providing its own independent power supply. Indeed, the NWC is the largest customer of the JPS. But as we try to build a weatherproof system, and as we try to build resilience in our public utilities, the government has taken the decision that critical pumping stations for the NWC must have their own backup supply. And the first assessment towards this is the government will have to spend $750 million to acquire these backup generators, and we will continue to do this exercise until the entire NWC system has its backup capacity and capability to continue the distribution and production of water even if the main electrical utility fails. Additionally, trucking of water to the most affected areas continues, but as we all know, this is the most inefficient and expensive method of water distribution. The NWC is engaging every available truck to increase its reach to assist, and additionally, they have extended opening hours for loading bays to ensure deliveries way into the night. Madam Speaker, in terms of telecommunications, Flow has reported that as of July 15th, out of a total of 782 sites, 588 are online, and population coverage is at 88% for its mobile network. For its fixed network, approximately 193,000 customers were impacted, and as of July 15, 156,000 or 81% have been restored. For Judicial, 664 sites out of a total of 884 sites are online, and population coverage is now 95%. 140 of the sites are, however, operating on backup generator and need continual refueling. So Madam Speaker, effectively, the NWC will have a backup system in the same way that the telecommunication companies have a backup system. Madam Speaker, both operators, that is Flow and Judicial, have reported that vandalism and theft continue to plague recovery efforts. No doubt, it is just a small number of individuals whose behavior is impacting thousands of Jamaica. Again, I'm issuing a call for these unscrupulous persons to cease and desist from destroying this critical infrastructure that supports our telecommunication utility. In terms of health facilities, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has reported that 82 or 23% of public health facilities sustained major damage as a result of Hurricane Beryl. Major damage in this context means any structural issue that impacts the ordinary running of the facility. Of the total major damage, 41% would be an impact to roofing. Impacts to windows and doors, as well as electrical supplies, were also among the major damage reported. Of our 26 hospitals, 64% are back to normal operations, 20% are operational, but with some challenges that may impact comprehensive operations, with the remaining 16%, that is 4 hospitals, still operating emergency services only. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health has developed a phased recovery plan, with phase 1 bringing operations in all facilities to full recovery. This is expected to cost $1.7 billion and to be completed within 6 months. Phase 2 includes repairs to parts of buildings that have been damaged but do not directly affect normal operations. This is expected to cost approximately $2.2 billion and should be completed within 6 to 12 months. And Phase 3 will be focused on making facilities resilient to natural disasters and meet business continuity standards for health. This is expected to be completed in 24 months. And this business continuity standard, effectively, Madam Speaker, would be similar to what we're doing for NWC, which is to ensure that we have backup systems for electricity, oxygen generation, refrigeration, all the backup systems needed to ensure that the hospital can continue to offer critical services within a disaster. Madam Speaker, another major focus of the Ministry of Health and Wellness at this time is dengue mitigation. And as we had mentioned previously, the NSWMA and the NWA is technically involved in this dengue mitigation by trying to clear the environmental conditions that would create the growth in the vector. But we have made a specific allocation, an initial allocation of $300 million to the Ministry of Health to conduct fogging and other kinds of vector control in the next 6 weeks. With the passage of Hurricane Beryl, there is a potential for a significant increase in the dengue vector. The Aedes aegypti mosquito, which breeds primarily in containers, is the main vector. We know that many communities are being plagued by increase in the mosquito population, and not just mosquito, but with other vectors, in terms of roaches and rats and flies, and therefore the cleanup and removal and clearing waterlogged areas is of critical importance. The hot summer condition, along with rainfall, will further continue to increase the possibility of an increase in these vectors and therefore the increase in the transmission of diseases. So, Madam Speaker, I now make a public appeal to all Jamaican households. I know many households are storing water. Some are catching the rainwater. Some have tanks and blue barrels. Many don't have a choice where they have to fill from the truck. But you do have a choice whether or not you leave these containers open or you close them. So I would encourage all homeowners who are storing water and you are leaving the containers open, that an easy way to control the growth of the mosquito population in your household is to cover the containers. Cover the containers. Another simple exercise, Madam Speaker, is to walk around your surrounding, walk around your yard, your home, and every container that you find, any old tires, any abandoned stove or refrigerator, you should, first of all, for containers, bore the containers if you don't intend to use them. Turn them down if you intend to use them. And for the bulky waste, you should pay keen attention to when it is announced that the NSWMA will be coming around to remove bulky waste and have those placed outside for take-up by the NSWMA when the bulky waste removal program is announced. Madam Speaker, the NWA will also be very active in the cleaning of various gullies to ensure that there is no breeding in the gullies. Whilst you may not have the breeding of the Aedes aegypti mosquito in the gullies, but there are some other types of mosquitoes, some larger ones, that might attempt to lift you up, that we should also try to control. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health will therefore be engaged in an extensive fogging and larviciding program. And it means that communities should pay attention to the announced schedule. They usually ask that when the fogging is taking place, that you open your doors and windows to allow the chemicals to find its way into the various areas where the mosquitoes may be living. But of course, if you do have health problems, then you should take precautions such as covering your nose and mouth and avoiding being in the area if the fogging is taking place. In terms of schools, Madam Speaker, an extensive assessment undertaken by the technical team of the Ministry of Education and Youth has revealed various levels of infrastructure damage to schools, ranging from minor to severe. As at July 11, 2024, 212 schools have been identified as being impacted by the hurricane. 64 schools have been severely damaged, which may affect their reopening. We're going to work very hard to ensure that no school is affected in terms of not being able to be reopened, but the damage that has been identified for 64 schools could potentially affect their reopening. 57 schools have been moderately damaged and will require significant repairs, but they are likely to be able to be in operation by the time schools are reopened. 91 schools have suffered relatively minor damage and can operate while repairs are done. Madam Speaker, the preliminary estimate of cost to carry out repairs and reconstruction activities on the schools is 1.9 billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, I've already provided an update on the restoration. Well, we can skip that part. So, Madam Speaker, I want to now give you an update on other elements of the recovery process. Distribution of food and essential supplies. This is from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security has been distributing care packages containing tin food and rice and other food items through their network of social workers. To date, the ministry has provided 9,005 food packages, 1,910 tarpaulins, 676 mattresses, 1,243 hygiene kits, and 415 cases of water to affected households. In terms of housing reconstruction, Madam Speaker, a total of 5,153 household damage assessment has been completed. Details of the number of assessments completed by parish is outlined in the table. Well, I'm going to say what that table is shortly. So for Kingston and St. Andrew, 4 houses have been assessed as totally destroyed, 15 severely damaged, and 68 minor damage, and that would be 87 assessments done so far. In St. Catherine, 13 houses totally destroyed, severely damaged, 146, minor damage, 254, for a total of 413 assessed so far. Clarendon, 153 totally damaged, 617 houses severely damaged, and minor damage, 493, leading to 1,243 assessments conducted so far. In Manchester, 20 houses totally destroyed, severely destroyed 141, minor damage 114, a total assessment of 275. In St. Elizabeth, 23 houses totally destroyed, 392 severely damaged, 349 minor damage, leading to an assessment of 764 assessment so far. St. Elizabeth still has a way to go for assessments to be complete. In Westmoreland, 43 houses totally destroyed, 171 severely damaged, 161 with minor damage, leading to a total assessment of 375. In Hanover, 32 houses totally destroyed, severely damaged 134, minor damage 116, leading to a total assessment of 282. In St. James, 19 houses totally destroyed, 148 severely damaged, 89 minor damage, leading to a total assessment of 256. In Trelawney, 8 houses destroyed, 100 severely damaged, and 111 minor damage, leading to an assessment of 219 so far. In St. Anne, 0 houses damaged, totally destroyed, 2 severely damaged, 26 reported minor damage, leading to an assessment so far of 28. In St. Mary, 15 houses totally destroyed, 134 severely damaged, 648 minor damage, leading to an assessment so far of 797. In Portland, 6 houses totally destroyed, 75 severely damaged, 231 minor damage, 312 being the total assessment conducted so far. In St. Thomas, 5 houses totally damaged, 46 severely damaged, 51 minor damage, leading to an assessment so far of 102. So in total, Madam Speaker, assessed so far, 321 houses totally destroyed, 2,121 severely damaged, 2,711 minor damage, and a total assessment to date so far, 5,153 houses. With the exception of Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth, assessments have been substantially completed, and it is estimated that assessment in these 3 parishes, that is Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth, will require another week to complete. To get that assessment done quickly, we have deployed the DART team, that is a disaster assistance and recovery team from the JDF. There are some volunteers from various church groups, and the Ministry of Local Government has said that they will deploy over 200 summer youth workers to assist in the process. So we expect that within another week, we should be complete with the total assessment of housing damage. So, Madam Speaker, the various social programs managed by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security will be leveraged and utilized to provide a range of assistance to the affected population. So under the Rehabilitation Grant Program, grants will be provided to micro-business operators. I use the term micro-business operators. To the small shops that were affected, that were totally wiped out their stock because of the hurricane. Madam Speaker, just to be clear, every grant must be assessed. So somebody will have to come. You will have to be able to show that you actually had a shop, that you had a fridge, that you had damage. This is not going to be a general grant that, you know, everybody can apply for. And I want to make that absolutely clear, that you would have had to suffer loss, and the loss must be assessed, and then based upon the assessment, a grant will be approved. And I will leave the further details to the Minister of Labour and Social Security to explain how this process will be implemented. So we are allocating for this 200 million Jamaican dollars to get back our small operators, shops, and, you know, small micro-enterprise within communities, to get them back up and running. In terms of the National Insurance Scheme, the life certificate requirement for August payments will be waived generally across the island, so that will help in the quick access of pensions. Through the assessment process, the ministry has increased targeting and identification of beneficiaries for its programs to include social pension and the Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities and Senior Citizens. So, Madam Speaker, in this period, whilst the Ministry of Labour and Social Security team is out there doing assessment, we are also trying to identify the persons who should be on the social pension but are not on the social pension. So we'll use this as an exercise to get more people on the social safety. Based on the damage assessments received to date, an allocation of $1 billion Jamaican has been made towards providing grants and assistance for restoration, reconstruction, and relocation. Let me repeat that. Based upon the damage assessment, we have allocated $1 billion to provide grants and assistance for restoration, reconstruction, and reallocation. The conditions that we have agreed is that all potential beneficiaries must be assessed. So, yes, there will be persons who have damage, but not every house that is damaged will qualify for grants for restoration, reconstruction, and relocation. Every beneficiary must be assessed. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security will explain further what the criteria is. The criteria, we have established them, but we haven't finalized them. And we can't finalize them until we have the full assessment, because you want your criteria to match what you have assessed. In other words, you wouldn't want to have a criteria that doesn't fit what you have actually observed in the field. So clearly, income is going to be a parameter that will gauge who qualifies. And for persons who have income, there are programs which I will announce shortly that will explain. And of course, if persons with insurance. Now, Madam Speaker, a standard grant, this is very important, will be assigned to the classification of damage. So we don't want a situation where one person gets X here and then in another parish with the same damage, someone gets X plus Y. What we want is a stand, which is why we are waiting on the completion of the assessment so we can properly categorize the damage and then assign a grant amount to the classification. The other criteria which must be fulfilled by all beneficiaries is that they must be properly documented and they will be placed in a single database. Madam Speaker, in a crisis, you cannot have double dipping. You cannot have someone come and get a benefit under this program and then come back and get a benefit under another, and then somebody else gets nothing. That is totally unfair. So everybody goes into a central database. And while I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, for the MPs who are assisting using the funds, the CDF will require that you submit the names of persons and possibly their TRN as well, so that we are able to cross-match, right? Because you wouldn't want somebody to come to you, you give them a grant, and then they come and get, no, that is going to be problematic. This is not to say that you can't get another benefit if the first benefit didn't get you up. But what I'm saying is, in this phase, let us make sure that everybody gets something. And then if there is further need assessed, then we go and help. Madam Speaker, in terms of assisting with livelihood, I'm certain that the Minister of Agriculture will, in his presentation, explain a little bit more about how that will be done. But I want to just say that I have asked the DBJ to assist our poultry farmers. Very important. Very important. Just to be clear, the Minister of Agriculture will speak to how we are going to assist the small farmer, the subsistence farmer, the small poultry farmer who is doing, 200 chicken in their backyard. What I'm discussing here would be to ensure that the large poultry farmers who have sustained damage, that they have access to a loan facility, not a grant, a loan facility to get their businesses back up and running. So, due to, Madam Speaker, the hurricane and the impact on the poultry industry, the DBJ will provide a $1 billion line of credit to unlend to the broiler companies and or approved farmers. And, Madam Speaker, the broiler companies will provide a guarantee to the DBJ, and the interest rate to the broiler companies will be about 7.5%, and the broiler companies who have these contracts with the farmers would make the payments. The tenure would be about 8 years, and we would lend approximately 90% of the project recovery cost. So this is an exceptional window, Madam Speaker. $1 billion Jamaican dollars. This is very important for our food security and to ensure that there is no shortage of chicken which could impact price. And that's very, very important. I stress, however, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Agriculture in his presentation will announce how we will provide grants now for the small chicken farmers who are the backyard chicken farmers, or even some larger ones, but who are not connected to the various broiler companies. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a little bit of time speaking about the NHT, because there are some persons who have sustained damage but wouldn't necessarily qualify for grants. And the NHT is the main entity through which we will seek to provide assistance to those persons. So, Madam Speaker, the NHT has a multi-pronged response to support the immediate recovery efforts for persons directly impacted by Beryl and to bolster the long-term disaster resilience of communities. There is the peril insurance for NHT mortgagors. The NHT will give a moratorium for NHT mortgagors, and there is a special home improvement loan for roof and home repairs due to the hurricane. And we will also give a special home grant for vulnerable NHT contributors who sustained damage in the wake of Beryl. So for the peril insurance for NHT mortgagers, all NHT mortgagers are covered by the NHT's blanket house owners comprehensive policy, which includes coverage for damage caused by but not limited to fire, hurricane, windstorm, storm, tempest, cyclone, tornado, hail, full flood, and impact damage, however caused. Thus far, the Trust has had a number of inquiries and claims in the wake of Hurricane Beryl. The NHT has mobilized its branches in anticipation of this and is prepared to process the claims that may be submitted by mortgagors in the coming days. Again, every claim that is submitted has to be assessed, and I can't stress enough that a disaster does not suspend accountability. In terms of the moratorium for mortgagors who have been affected by Hurricane Beryl and may need to prioritize urgent repairs to their property may apply for a brief moratorium of 3 to 6 months. This arrangement may facilitate some reprieve for persons recovering from the impact of the storm, especially as they prepare for back to school. Note that this special moratorium arrangement for mortgagors impacted by the storm must be applied for. It is not a general moratorium. And of course, again, there would have to be an assessment of the impact on your income and your ability to recover from the impact of the storm. So, Madam Speaker, again, for those persons who have been impacted, but they may have a current difficulty, they may have been laid off, for example, because their job, their workplace was impacted by the storm. They could apply to the NHD for a 3 to 6 months moratorium whilst they get their affairs in order. So that is another way in which the government is going to help. The NHD will facilitate a special home improvement loan for existing NHD mortgages to assist in necessary repairs and home improvements to improve disaster resilience. This is a special facility aimed at supporting mortgagors who may need to supplement insurance arrangements in order to adequately complete repairs. This facility is also intended to support NHD contributors, including those who do not currently have a mortgage but may have suffered property damage due to hurricane. So, Madam Speaker, we have this special loan window, and we are encouraging those persons who suffer damage, who may not qualify for a grant from the government, to use this special loan window for the repair of roofs or your home. Then, Madam Speaker, we're going to give a special grant for vulnerable NHD contributors. So the NHD will provide a grant for contributors who sustained damage to their homes in the wake of Hurricane Beryl, and they can apply for a special home grant to assist in home repairs. This grant will be available subject to need and level of impact. Both contributors and mortgagors may apply. In addition to these measures, the NHD is also committing to support the national recovery effort, and the NHD will contribute $200 million to the restoration, reconstruction, and relocation. So there are, Madam Speaker, a raft of measures. Yes, there's a raft of measures to support the recovery, and the NHD is playing its part. So the NHD, just to be clear, Madam Speaker and members, the NHD will provide a grant to both mortgagors and contributors who apply but who are assessed as being in need of the grant. But outside of that, the NHD will provide $200 million to the national restoration, reconstruction, and relocation. So the government has put $1 billion, and the NHD is helping us with $200 million. So we will start the rollout of this by latest next Tuesday, and you will hear further from the Minister of Labour and Social Security as to the criteria and how this will be done. So, Madam Speaker, may it please you, and thank you, members, for your attention.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister,
Prime
thank
Minister,
you for your
would you be so kind as to turn
presentation.
off your mic? Hold on a moment, please. Prime Minister, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has given an overview of the current situation, which is an evolving situation as further assessments are being done. It is clear that Jamaica has sustained a severe hit, especially in certain parishes which were particularly exposed, the southern coast in particular, but also even some of the parishes on the north coast got severe damage as well. Prime Minister, the lessons to be learned from this are very important because we are in an era of global warming, and the conditions on Earth are such that it is expected that we will see more of these kind of severe weather events. And of course, this particular hurricane was unusual insofar as it intensified more rapidly than has been seen before, and is earlier in the season than we've ever seen before for a hurricane of that intensity. So we need to learn from what has taken place and prepare for what may come in the future. So one thing I would say, though, to begin with, Prime Minister, is that I'm a little distrustful of the data, or I wouldn't say distrustful, skeptical is a better word, skeptical of the data on the extent of the recovery that has so far been achieved. The reason being that when you're looking at percentages of customers who are once again being served, it isn't that meaningful, given that as a percentage of the overall customer base, given that the major population centers of the country were relatively unscathed by this hurricane. But in large swathes of communities in parishes across Jamaica, people are still without electricity and many are without water. I mean, in our own assessments that we were submitting today through the opposition spokesperson for energy, you know, the list of communities that are still without water is extensive, and without light, it's extensive. And I noticed that you said, well, sections of this community or that community, light has been restored, but there are many sections of those communities which are still not yet having light. So I think we don't want to overplay the extent of the recovery, because for people on the ground who are seeing, you know, the extent to which people are still without light, it's kind of grating to hear these very generous numbers, 90-odd% and so on, you know, when people are seeing so many communities and so many homes still without light. I just want to make that point. In terms of resilience, Prime Minister, we need to, I think, hear from the JPS as to what their plans are to make their distribution system more resilient. I mean, there were many instances of posts and poles that were damaged, not because of tree damage or whatever reason. Maybe they weren't sufficiently anchored in the ground, they snapped for whatever reason. You know, if they're going to be drawing down on funds, as I understand it, there's a disaster fund that is accessible to the JPS for restoration of the damage. There's a portion of self-insurance that they have to pick up, but above that, there's a fund that the OUR, basically, 50 million US is the amount of that fund. Now, we want to make sure that that fund is funded by customers. That is funded by rates that people pay over time. So we want to make sure that those resources are used in a way that will maximize resilience going forward. Yeah, that's very important, you know, so that when the next severe breeze blow comes, we don't have the extensive damage that we had this time. And because that 50 million, of course, to the extent it's drawn down now, it will take some time to replenish because it has built up over years. Right? So we need to be very judicious in how we use those resources, JPS in particular. Prime Minister, the resilience of the National Water Commission's distribution system, the pumping stations, and you know, one of the lessons from this is how important it is that the key elements in the distribution system have backup power. You know, you know, while we're drawing down on insurance resources or quasi-insurance resources through the CRIF and the funds that have been set aside out of the budget, these are the kind of expenditures which we should be putting in place to make sure that when this happens again, the water supply is not adversely affected in the way it is now because by electricity not being available, because those key pumping stations across the country have their own backup. And those need to be adequately scoped and spec'd. I was checking out for an overseas group of Jamaicans who are interested in helping with this in St. Elizabeth. You know, what would be the necessary scope for a generator for one of the major pumping stations. And of course, when you looked at it, it's very technical as to what the needs are. So we need to make sure that that work is done so that the right things are purchased and will be effective going forward. Prime Minister, similarly, health facilities. One, it's kind of shocking to hear that so many of our health facilities, residential and other health facilities, when I say residential, i.e. with beds for inpatients, are without backup power supply. You know, that is another area where this is an opportunity to remedy that. And that we would love to see, as much as possible, that all our health facilities are provided with backup generators that are adequately scoped so that they can continue to serve patients even after a disaster such as this.
Thanks, Opposition Leader. House Leader,
I'm nearly
the members' time for speaking. You know, opposition time.
3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the opposition leader's time having been expired for speaking, I beg to move that it be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
Question is that the opposition leader's time be extended by 5 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Opposition Leader.
Thank you, House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. So, looking at the issues that you've raised in your presentation, Prime Minister, we're very anxious to see what is proposed for the housing restoration work. Clearly, those who are NHT contributors and can access one or other of the NHT facilities, you know, we're glad to see that, and we hope that NHT will be efficient and in the way in which they activate and make those accessible to their customers and share information so that their customers know about it. But for many who have been impacted, at one extreme, having had their houses totally destroyed, or somewhere else on the spectrum, extensive roof damage or other damage, and who may not be able to access NHT resources, they'll be looking to the state for assistance. And the methodology of how that criteria is established, the different categories, the eligibility for it, the method of distribution of the resources, how that will be done, and whatever factors would be disqualifying from persons who may have suffered that damage. Those all need to be very transparent, and we want to hear from them as soon as possible. These people have now been for 2 weeks without housing, and we need to get this on the road as quickly as possible. So urgency is critical at this time, Prime Minister, and you know, I'm glad to hear that there will be linesmen coming. You mentioned Belize and Cayman to help the JPS. I think the Minister of Energy had mentioned to us after, in a conversation, possibly Guyana as well, and I think he mentioned one other territory, and possibly the US. You know, the next few weeks, you know, the longer that this absence of electricity continues, the greater the agony and the greater the frustration of the people who are living without it, especially when they know so many other people have light and they don't get it yet. So we really need to intensify the effort to restore the electricity system as quickly as possible. I will just close by, again, pledging our support to the restoration efforts. We will continue to make suggestions. We will continue to criticize where we think things are not being done the way they should. But any criticism is constructive and is seeking to improve the overall effort. We want Jamaica to get back on its feet as quickly as possible. The damage to the economy of this whole exercise will be significant. You know, things have slowed down as a result of this hurricane, and we need to recover as quickly as possible so that we can continue to grow the economy and manage the public debt down and all those things that both sides have been committed to for so long. So thank you, Prime Minister, and we look forward to continuing updates as time goes by.
I have some questions. I'll turn on the mics and see who goes first.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, in respect to the National Works Agency and the National Solid Waste Authority, I do not have a problem in terms of having them working, especially in the various constituencies. What is my concern is that who do the monitoring and controlling, who do the reporting, because I am certain at the end of the day, if there's a hands-off in terms of the local representatives, I do not know if you have adequate staff to deal with monitoring and supervision. And also, Prime Minister, I would like to find out in terms of when you speak about everybody is to get something, I would like you to clarify that a little bit more. That, no, you said that, you said that. So I wanted to make sure you don't make a mistake and then the nation believe it is true. So I wanted to just clarify so that, because it's going to put a burden on me as a representative when I go back out, that Prime Minister says all of us is going to get something. Yes, so you can clarify that. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, you're taking the questions one by one, or is that mic now for member from Southwest? Clarendon Southwest.
All right, so thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your statement earlier. My questions are really around the issues surrounding the Jamaica Public Service Company and the Water Commission. So as it relates to the Jamaica Public Service Company, I noticed that some communities were mentioned here, parts of Lionel Town, Rocky Point, Mitchelltown. So far, Ali is without electricity.
Member, you have to ask a question.
I'm asking a question, Madam.
No, member. So it's not a long speech. You have to go to question.
I am not making a long speech.
Go ahead. I'm going to listen to your member. Get to your question.
There are communities that are without electricity. And the question is how soon these communities will have electricity. And I'm listing the communities so that the Prime Minister can give me a proper response. Water Lane, Race Course, Alley, all of Milk River, Banks, Kempshill. All of Milk River will include Sedge Pond, Springfield, Clifton, Farka Beach, Rest. None of these communities are with electricity. Farka Beach. My other question is about the generator program which you announced earlier. And it's important because I think it's a good program. But my question is, how soon can we get one for Kempshill? And the reason for the question is this. And the member from Southeast Clarendon can confirm that many of the communities in Southeast Clarendon depend on the facility in Kempshill. Rocky Point depends on the facility. Portland Cottage depends on that facility. So the question is, how soon can we get one of these generators? And the reason I ask the question, Prime Minister, is that we have made attempts to get a generator. So have you received any information from the Water Commission as to the specs of some of these facilities? Because we are told that Kempshill requires a 450 kV. So the question is, what are the specs on the generators that you say that we are going to roll out for these 300 facilities? Because not every single facility utilizes the same capacity in terms of voltage. So those are my questions, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Prime Minister, you have two members to respond to, and then two more.
The JPS. I think that needs to be said. I think I need to say that clearly. The JPS is a private company. The government has, I believe, 20% shares, but it is a private company. I am merely giving a report that has been given to me and which would have been reviewed by the minister who I know has been very meticulous in going through it. But I do sympathize with the sentiments expressed, both on this side and on that side. And indeed, the skepticism is shared, because when I travel, for example, I was in Hanover and parts of Westmoreland, there are communities without electricity. And it doesn't always square up with the overall numbers that are given. But I always have to try and reconcile, because it is two different bases of judgment that is being used. One is customer, and the other is consumer. And these are two different bases for making assessments. So in terms of the consumers, I would suspect that there is a large number of consumers who are without electricity. And many of those would be not in urban areas, but in many of the rural communities. And I think that is where the real challenge is right now. So the strategic focus of the JPS, as I'd mentioned last week, was to restore their transmission lines. I believe they have successfully done that. And then to restore their major distribution lines to the large areas where their customer base is. And I believe they have successfully done that. And then they made a special program to target the parish of St. Elizabeth and other pockets that are without. So they are in their third phase now, which is to target St. Elizabeth in particular and pockets that are without. So I think it might be a little bit unfair at this moment to critique them on it, because they did lay out a plan and they did say that within this week they would be in their third phase. So by next week we should be able to, I would say, be more strident in our critique if they have not lived up to the commitments that they have made. But they are now in the third phase, and in the third phase there will be the assistance from our regional partners to help us to restore electricity. So I'm expecting that we will see a faster pace in reaching to some of the communities that are without. But the communities that have been raised by the member from Southwest Clarendon, I have noted them: Water Lane, Racecourse Alley, Milk River, Farker Beach, and you had said Kempshill. I'm going to pursue these to see if some greater effort can be made to bring electricity to them. Just to repeat, however, that it is not just the restoration of the main transmission line, the power stations, and the major distribution. Sometimes it is circuitry. A transformer is blown, a switch is blown, and they have to go around and do those individual things. That may take some time. All right. In terms of the program to build resilience, so it's really two programs. The first one is we're hiring 50 generators that we will use in a kind of mobile supply. And yes, you have mentioned 450 kVA. Most of them would be between 400 and probably higher kVA, triple phase electricity. And the challenge is that many of the rural communities now don't have triple phase. Some of them don't even have, reliable electricity to drive. So they are being properly spec'd. And as a leader of the opposition, I'd said it's a very technical area. And I happen to know as well because some of these matters came to my attention when they were trying to identify the right generator. So the technical people are guiding the process, so I'm expecting that there shouldn't be great problems with the deployment. But in terms of the building out of the resilience, it is something that the government is committed to, which is why we have scoped it. It is not going to be practical to put a standby generator at every pump. The cost benefit might not be there. But certainly for high population areas, high consumption areas, those areas will have standing backup electricity generation capabilities. Oh, and just to be clear, Madam Speaker, for the housing program, to repeat, not everyone who has suffered damage will get a benefit. The benefit will be based on need assessment, and merit. There are some criteria immediately that we could note that, a certain income level, which we are not going to here define, should not really be relying on the public purse, because that would be depriving somebody who really don't have the resources. So I think we can all agree on that. And of course, depending on the severity of the damage. I mean, if you lose 1 or 2 sheets of zinc, allow somebody who has lost their roof to get the benefit first. So those are the kinds of parameters that will be set for access to the program. And as I've said, the Minister of Labour and Social Security will give more details as to how the program will be implemented. Now, yes, you've raised an excellent point. Now, even though it is not an MP-driven program, I'm going to have to rely on the MPs to monitor your parish office and the officers assigned to you to ensure that the critical areas in your constituency are actually cleared and the critical pathways that you agree upon are cleared. The Minister with oversight for works, Minister Morgan, I'm going to assign him to do a special follow-up and review on this program to make sure that it works effectively. But I encourage all MPs and councillors to become our eyes and ears in terms of the execution of the program.
The member from Manchester, Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, the JPS, and you just now mentioned that they are a private entity. But at points when we have emergencies like this, I'm sure that the government can mandate, because it is the worst customer service that customers are getting in a state of emergency like this. And when you have constituents calling, trying to get information, and there's no information coming, then their blood starts to run hot. You have situations, like I went into my constituency, and there's a pole that is broken at the top. The transformer is basically leaning over. Even as Member of Parliament, trying to get someone at the parish office has really produced nothing. So I think it's at some point, the JPS itself, if not expanding their customer service operations, need to do something otherwise mandated to do so. The situation with water in the parish of Manchester. Even before the hurricane hit, there was problem with the well down in the well down in St. Elizabeth, Pepper. There's still no electricity there. So the bulk of Mandeville itself is not getting any water. Will there be any consideration for any additional resources, be it to the municipal council or through the members of parliament, for delivery of water? I use a constituency like mine, Prime Minister, where still 70% of my constituency has no potable water. And even after the hurricane, the water source itself, meaning the parish tanks, have been contaminated. And we have to be delivering water to these. And the heat itself that has come after, there is a need for potable water, for drinking water, to be supplied. So is there any consideration for that. Prime Minister, I made a plea for the Mile Gully police station last week when you made your presentation. A power source, a generator. Up to today, no contact has been made, and there's still no generator. The whole community of Mile Gully, going right back to the border with St. Elizabeth, there's still no electricity. And this is the only police station that I have in Northwest Manchester. And as I said to you before, it is the largest policing area in the country by square miles. The issue, still Northwest Manchester is still 75% without electricity. To name the communities would take a long time. If we could get an update, because what you're having also is that, as you said, there are some communities that will get, and then the other half will not have any, which causes a great deal of problem. So if it is, Prime Minister, when they're going to energize the main line going into a community, if there is a down pole on the other side of the community, to leave that section without electricity is even causing more problems. So if we could get some response on when it is that the parish of Manchester will, because South has some damage, but in the hilly sections of Manchester, there are a lot of down poles. And will the JPS and be mandated by the Ministry of Energy dealing with the issue of how it is that these poles are planted? Because in some instances, some areas did not get a heavy wind gust, and the poles went with the wind. So will there be some relook at how it is that these will be planted, and some regulation put in place to ensure that this is not a reoccurrence?
Thank you very much, Madam
Member
Speaker.
from St. Mary.
Prime Minister.
St. Mary Central.
The member from Northwest Manchester spoke about JPS, and unfortunately I'm going to speak about them as well. Because part of the challenge we have been having, and I note here that in the JPS restoration update which they have given to the Minister, which he has forwarded to us, they have indicated that part of their outreach is that they are speaking informally, JPS crews speaking informally to communities, and also that they're meeting with key community stakeholders, which we would expect as members of Parliament and councillors, JPs and other persons would be included in this. Now, there have been no meetings. Yes, we are part of a WhatsApp group in St. Mary that speak to JPS. But part of the challenge when you spoke earlier on, Prime Minister, and I said trust but verify, is that JPS has given us in this update an area which says switch device addresses. So, and those need to be restored. But in this switch device address, if you switch on that area and there's a line that is broken in the same community, JPS does not fix that line at this point. On my road, for example, where I live, it took us 8 days to get back electricity. But there are neighbors who on that road, 5 days after that 8 days before they get electricity, and only because one line was broken and needed to have been replaced. It's not a pole that has been down. So if they engage the key community stakeholders in their process of restoration, then certainly the amount of misery index, as your minister pointed out, would not be there, because people would, in a particular area, would recognize that JPS is doing it in a sort of cohesive way. But we have situations, as the member from Northwest Manchester pointed out, communities where one half has electricity, and it doesn't take much, not much, to put back the other half into it. So if there's communication at that level with the key community stakeholders, I'm sure that the efforts of JPS will be achieving more with less time spent in a particular area. As he said, whether it is to be mandated or they are to be coerced or moral suasion, then you have to speak to JPS to have them deal with that particular issue. Thank you.
Member from, want to take any more, Prime Minister? This will be the last question, and then Prime Minister will take, and then I'll come back. So the member from St. Andrew Southwest. Oh, you turned off your mic. All right, so Prime Minister, you'll respond. Could you just turn the mics off and please re-go in order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it relates to Manchester and specifically Northwest, the issue that you have raised regarding water, I have sent a note to the Minister with oversight for that area to give me a report. And based upon that, then if there is a need for further allocations for trucking, given the situation which you have described, which I'm aware of in terms of the pepper well, which feeds a large part of that community. So there may, your request may very well be justified. And so, yes, there would be consideration for some provisions for trucking. Just generally for the electricity issues. As I said, I'm very sympathetic to the points raised. And I think the communication issue is an important one. And if you're going to deal with stakeholders, I think that you must be dealing with the MPs. They are a critical stakeholder because ultimately, you know, even if people complain to JPS, they are still coming to complain to their MPs. So Minister Vaz is not in the House right now, but in terms of whatever structure they have for communications, I have noted it, that they must have a line open to the MPs to give them information. That is to the MPs and the councillors. That is critical. Madam Speaker, I had actually come to Parliament prepared to make an announcement of a review committee of our disaster preparedness and response mechanism. Because as we go through the process, you find, you know, the truth is we have not been hit by a major hurricane in some time. And, you know, there are some changes in systems that we need to look at very carefully. And there are some things that we need to do that we weren't thinking about before. And so it's important to do a review. We have gone through two disasters. We have gone through the COVID disaster, and we're going through this one now. And so there are some learnings which we need to take and institutionalize. So at an appropriate time, some of the things that have been raised here, for example, who are the stakeholders that we communicate? And, you know, shouldn't they be on a priority list for communication? These are things that we really need to properly document. So, Madam Speaker, at another time, or possibly later this week, I will announce the Hurricane Beryl Review Committee, which we will use to do a thorough review of the process. Because, Madam Speaker, you don't want to wait until after we've come out of this to make the changes. I think as we go along, we should be making the changes to strengthen our resilience for recovery.
I think we still have 3 questions. They will be the member from St. Catherine, St. Andrew Southwest first, and then depending on the mic order, the member from St. Andrew West, and then St. Catherine Northeast.
Two quick questions, Mr. Prime Minister. One has to do with what I call the coordination between NWA, solid waste, and the MPs. Similar to the question asked by Denise, by the member from Eastern, St. Catherine Eastern. because I believe that it is important I wanted to find out what is the mechanism that is going to be used to ensure that in terms of the phasing of the work to be done, the coordination and collaboration with the members of Parliament, so that you don't have any kind of disjuncture there, because you could do the work 1,000,000 times if you don't get that kind of collaboration right. So that's one. And then the second one, I'm not sure if you're going to tell me that the minister is going to say it, is still around the transparency around the social programs, not the housing one, but the ones through PATH, Ministry of Labour and Social Security. I still have not heard from you a clear, again, mechanism for the communication of the types of benefits and how they are to be accessed by individuals, master. And I believe that it is important. Also, I didn't hear, again, how we get a chance to actually look at distribution. I'm not talking about the detailed names, but I use, if it's 5,000 packages, then we know that over here got 10, over there got 20, over there got 30. I just believe that for transparency, we need to get to that level for people to really trust the system. I really believe in it. And so I'm asking how we get to that kind of detail in a transparent process.
Not agree with you more about the transparency issue of the distribution of the relief. So the Minister of Labour and Social Security and the Minister of Local Government, I'm going to ask both of them to come to Parliament with a statement explaining how the relief has been distributed. All right? That's critical. And I think on both sides we have to acknowledge that, you know, in any kind of relief effort, transparency is absolutely important. It's one thing for me to say it's not going to be done in a partisan way, but it must also be, you should be able to interrogate it. You should be able to look at it and see that that is actually the case, that it is not done in a partisan way. And I'm encouraging all the ministers and all the MPs who have resources that they can direct or recommend its direction to ensure that we look at only Jamaicans and not the politics of the people. Look at need. That is what we should be looking at. In terms of how the National Cleanup Program will work, we will send out a note to all the MPs and councillors explaining how it will work. And we will try to have this to you by Friday so that we can start mobilization early the following week.
Member St. Andrew Western.
Thank you. Prime Minister, can you, what assurance can you give the people of Western St. Andrew, particularly along the Sandy Gully and New Haven, that have been pleading for? The truth is that the mitigation efforts should have been made before Beryl. We did a little cleanup. I'm talking about the breaches in the walls that we've discussed. They are real and they're urgent. I recognize that you've allocated some resources to NAA, but there are some emergency work that must be done. If it's not, we're going to be in a lot of problems the next time around, because this time there was a further erosion. This time there was further erosion. And I should say with respect to New Haven that we met with the community, and the community has come together and have wanting to work to a solution that I believe would reduce significantly the cost of mitigation and remediation. But we need for the NAA to engage and to respond quickly so that they don't continue to feel exposed as they have been over the years. So, and those two things, Prime Minister, I don't mind sounding like a stock record because they're real and they're dangerous.
Member from St. Catherine North Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I'm hoping that there has been a discussion about a national day of Thanksgiving, because for some reason Jamaica is always spared the brunt of these hurricanes, and I'm hoping that we will recognize God in the midst of this and have a National Day of Thanksgiving. Secondly, I want to question how JPS assesses percentage of customers restored. If it is starting from a position of all the customers in the country, to include those who did not lose power, then you're giving a false statement, in my opinion. It must be percentage of all of whom would have lost current, right? So if you start there with the 100%, I guarantee you wouldn't be at 96 or 92 or anywhere near there at this time. And that's important. I will have to reiterate, Prime Minister, I called a regional manager in St. Catherine, and he was so absolutely rude to me that, believe me, I had to tell him my mind, because I had to tell him my mind, because I had to remind him that the people elected me to represent them and that he was there to serve the people. So I am just asking that you try to find a way to get JPS to understand that they are at the mercy of the people who support them and cause them to have their jobs in the first place. And I must, Prime Minister, lay on the record that nobody has gone to Edward Peace, Arcas Hall, Rencom, New Road, Zion Hill, Bamboo Corner, Sandy Hill, St. Faith's, Ashley, Mount Matthews, and Bamboo. And I can tell you, if you're a female who is over 50 and you're in those communities right now, not even a fan you don't have, and if you do open the windows, mosquito killing you. It is a disgrace for me that we didn't even get the brunt of the storm. I understand St. Elizabeth. I understand what is happening down on the south coast. But in our areas where we didn't get severe damage, it is unacceptable that our people would have to go through this. The misery index is high, Prime Minister, and it is going to reflect on all of us. I'm begging you. JPS waited now 14 days. We are now hearing that we're going to need additional help. When they started out by telling all of Jamaica that they didn't need any help, that they had enough human resource, that they had enough equipment. That's what they told us. And so I told my people, be calm, be cool, everything will soon be all right. It is not all right. They are short-staffed. They laid off most of their contractors, and one person is covering several communities across constituencies, and they're now juggling which area they should go to. Yes? Somebody called them and tell them, go over there, so they're gone. They weren't finished with what they were doing over there, so them gone, leave over there. So somebody said, me offer you one little money, them gone. It is unacceptable, and there has to be a better way to serve our people.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me identify with the passion and the statement by the member from Northwest St. Catherine. North Central St. Catherine. And let me start by saying that I have received, whilst you were speaking, a further update on the electricity supply situation in Clarendon. One of the challenges that they have raised is that they will have to redesign and realign some of their wiring and their pathways, because some of the wires run through swampy areas which they cannot access at this moment. So that would account for some of the delays that the parish of Clarendon is experiencing. But as it relates to what you have mentioned, which is the customer service and their communication, that we will address that. We have addressed the issue of the manpower by getting manpower from overseas, and so that hopefully should improve. But it raises the bigger question, as I've said, that we're going to need to take a kind of strategic review of the operations of the JPS in this time of crisis. So I'm going to address that part of it. There are many questions have been raised about, you know, the age of poles, the overgrowth of trees in proximity. All of those are issues that we need to take a second look at to make sure that we are not caught by any of those issues. What was the other question? I think I've answered your question. Good. Oh, sorry, forgive me. The Sandy Gully, which affects my constituency as well. In the program that we have announced, we will be able to do some emergency repairs because the program also covers gullies and drains. The target of this program, however, was mostly the earthen drains in communities that are low-lying, that are now flooded. Right, so those are the communities that we really wanted to target because we don't want the environmental condition to support the breeding of mosquitoes and other kinds of vectors. So we want to clear those earthen drains so that waterlogged areas can be free. But you have mentioned some areas, and I am aware of some in my own constituency as well. The leader of the opposition went and visited one such area. Not because of your visit. So there are areas which we will do some repairs to, just as long as it doesn't cross an envelope of expenditure, because we wouldn't want one project to take up a large percentage of the entire budget. So if it is within a certain threshold, we will do it. So if you have areas, you can point them out, and I will see how best to direct resources there. I've seen it. And of course, I met with the JUGC, that is the joint umbrella group of churches, and they should be petitioning His Excellency to have such a day declared. When it is declared, then we'll make the formal announcement. But we will also use the independent service as a kind of national Thanksgiving as well.
Minister Green, please be reminded that we have 12 minutes for our statement, and looking at the time and the agenda items, please stick to the 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy that you have acknowledged that my time starts afresh. Mr. Speaker, let me pick up where I had stopped. I want the House to commend our fishers who decided to follow the precautionary measures and to secure their vessels. This could have been a lot worse if our fishers didn't bring in their boats, and a number of them would have left the Pedro Keys and would have come back home. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, approximately 11,200 fishers have been affected, most of whom have lost fishing gear in the form of traps and nets, estimated at $1 billion in losses. 1 billion. So what would have happened, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of our fishers, even though their boats were secured, they would have left their traps at sea. And when they have gone back out to look for those traps, unfortunately, those traps are nowhere to be found. We also saw a number of fishing beaches that suffered tremendous infrastructural damage, over $70 million in damage, with the most impacted being Old Harbour Bay in St. Catherine, where we saw 5 boat sheds and 5 vending stalls completely destroyed, with significant damage to gear sheds, estimated cost of $12 million. Bournemouth in Clarendon, where we saw 12 gear sheds destroyed, 10 boats damaged and sunken, and access through the canal blocked, estimated cost $24 million. Rocky Point in Clarendon, 25 gear sheds destroyed or damaged, estimated cost of about $25 million, and $6 million in St. Elizabeth across Great Bay and Calabash Bay. Yes. More. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, let me also bring to the attention of this House the significant damage that has been done to our public gardens and scenic avenues, which are not only important for tourism, but also serve as vital ecological preserves. The Public Gardens and Zoo Branch under the Ministry of Agriculture has reported extensive damage across several locations. Holland Bamboo Scenic Avenue suffered the most, with approximately 70 to 80% of those older bamboos being damaged. Castleton, Syncona, and Bath Botanical Gardens have experienced fallen trees and damaged infrastructure. Even Fern Gully or Scenic Avenue, though least affected, still saw a significant number of ferns being damaged. We have crafted a plan for recovery, and I know a number of people have been very concerned about what has happened to Holland Bamboo. But again, I remind everybody, Holland Bamboo is resilient, and we have a plan of recovery. We've already costed it of about $17 million. Thankfully, we had already established a nursery for bamboo, and as such, we're going to look to do some transplanting. We will need all hands on deck. We will need some support from the Ministry of Tourism and, of course, the Ministry of Finance. We have estimated that recovery costs at about $31 million. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to speak a little bit about irrigation, because the provision of irrigation water is essential to the agricultural sector. And I did indicate that the NIC did suffer significant damage of about $400 million to a number of our systems. Additionally, we have been burdened with the fact that all our systems were out of operation because of a lack of electricity. 70% are now back in operation, but our systems in the most impacted parishes still have challenges. Our New Forest operation in Manchester, however, is back in operation, and in Clarendon, Ebony Park, Clarendon Park, and Milk River are back in operation. However, Rinesbury, Spring Plain are still suffering from voltage issues. We do hope that this will be rectified by the JPS by July 19, 2024. All of the 8 pumps in St. Elizabeth have been down. Today, we have had a team installing a generator at Beacon Liquor Park to provide water for that system and to activate the loading bay so we can help the farmers in that area. We also plan to install another generator in the Hounslow system that will serve the Watchwell loading bay. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is that we are targeting the systems with loading bays, so not only will those farmers be impacted, but we'll be able to truck water to other farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the face of adversity and the looming threats, this government is not standing idle. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining has swiftly mobilized resources and formulated an immediate response plan. We understand that timeliness of the intervention is critical, especially to our farmers who are ready to get back out in the field. And as such, what we've sought to do as our first response, and I want to make this point, that what I'm speaking about today is our first immediate response, is to reallocate the majority of our production incentive program to the recovery of the sector. We will seek further support from the Ministry of Finance to implement some longer-term strategies. The challenges are formidable, but we are committed to ensure recovery. Firstly, in order for our farmers to recover, we have to ensure that their households are secure. So, Mr. Speaker, our first point of call, we're compiling a comprehensive list of farmers and fishers whose households have been most significantly damaged, major or complete loss. And we're going to be working with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to support that intervention. Additionally, we've asked our mining stakeholders to help us to focus on providing support for reconstruction of some of the houses for farmers and fishers. To that end, the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited have committed $20 million towards this effort. Mr. Speaker, we've also established a Hurricane Beryl Response Task Force, chaired by Senior Director Michael Price, with membership from our critical agencies and the Jamaica Agricultural Society. The task force will seek to coordinate and streamline the assessment and response, ensuring that systems are established for transparency and accountability. Additionally, it will seek to provide coordination and guidance to our private sector efforts to eliminate duplication and ensure that the relief reaches as many of our farmers and fishers as possible. We have established a customer service hotline for the agriculture and fisheries sector for persons to be able to report damage. Clearly, we have RADA and our National Fisheries Authority teams out in the field, but we do understand that sometimes our extension service will not get to those farmers and fishers who have been damaged. As such, Mr. Speaker, persons can call 888-ASKS-RADA, which is 888-275-7232, and they can report any losses that they have suffered. Clearly, we will follow that up with a verification process. We've also published the names, and I will share with members of Parliament, we've published the names of extension officers, fisheries officers, persons in the ministries who people can report damage to. So you can circulate that so that your farmers and fishers can reach out to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, members, today I'm pleased to announce that to drive the immediate recovery of the sector, we'll be allocating $700 million to provide various forms of short-term assistance. This initial tranche will be used to purchase critical items urgently needed and will be dispersed through RADA, NIC, AIC, and JAS, and of course, our members of Parliament. The allocation includes $210 million, which will focus on crop recovery. We will allocate $90 million to our vegetable lines, $40 million towards our banana and plantain farmers, and $80 million towards other crops, especially yam and our coffee farmers. In relation to livestock, and you would have heard the Prime Minister speak about our small poultry farmers, especially, we're allocating $60 million to help them rebuild their small enterprise. We are not only allocated in relation to the provision of livestock. A number of those farmers lost their infrastructure. As such, we're allocating $26 million towards the rebuilding of livestock infrastructure. In relation to fisheries, we're allocating an initial sum of $29 million, largely to supply fishing wire so that our fishers can get back out there. We're allocating $30 million towards fertilizer support, $55 million towards infrastructure support, $20 million towards irrigation support, $50 million towards land preparation and clearance. A number of our farms need clearance support. So we'll be providing grants so that people will be able to clear their farms. And $70 million towards farm roads. That amounts to $550 million. An additional $150 million will be allocated through the members of Parliament, which will be prorated based on the level of damage in your constituency. The allocations will have to be utilized over the next 4 weeks and will go through a verification process to ensure that the persons have in fact suffered damage through Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, because we knew that some form of weather disaster would befall us this season, we have started the procurement process early and have already procured $65 million in seeds and will start our distribution to farmers Thursday of this week. Mr. Speaker, we had also earmarked some of the fertilizer that we had received from the government of Morocco for disaster recovery. And we will put in place a distribution plan and will commence distribution of fertilizer next week. Mr. Speaker, we've also already procured $55 million. That's why I couldn't give you. We have to keep it for disaster. That's why I couldn't give you. We have also procured $55 million in greenhouse material that has already been procured, and we expect that to arrive in the island in another 4 weeks. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these response strategies, we're going to be providing livestock feed and essential tools to help affected farmers. The Dairy Development Board is also going to be providing medication and kits to our dairy farmers. We're going to be repairing and upgrading irrigation system, restoring the farm roads to facilitate transportation of produce, support the rebuilding of greenhouses, consideration of temporary import measures to bridge any supply gaps and maintain food availability, prioritize repair and reconstruction of essential infrastructure and fishing beaches, and we'll speak more towards that. We will have a program for our fishing beaches, and this is something that our Prime Minister has put as a fundamental priority. Not only will we look to fix the beaches that we've mentioned, we will look to build them back better and ensure.
The Minister's time has expired. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker. 5? Yes. Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having expired, I beg to move that his time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Motion on the table is that the Minister's time be extended to 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the private sector has shown remarkable commitment to our recovery efforts. Several entities have already started to make significant contributions. Their swift and generous responses demonstrate the strength of our national unity in times of crisis. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to these companies and individuals for their assistance. Their support will be crucial in accelerating our recovery and rebuilding process. Let me also commend the United Way of Jamaica for establishing a $20 million fund to support immediate response, and the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange and the NCB Foundation who have joined efforts to also raise capital to support the response and recovery effort. Mr. Speaker, we've also briefed the Regional Ministerial Task Force and are currently helping to formulate a plan of regional support. We will be engaging the Ministry of Finance and Public Service to secure additional financial resources to meet the full needs of our agriculture and fisheries sector. In that program, Mr. Speaker, we will focus on enhancement of storage and processing capabilities to extend the shelf life of our produce, enhance the awareness in relation to climate change and mitigation, look at enhanced early warning systems, improve spatial planning and resilience of our farm road infrastructure and fishing beaches, increase the number of safe spaces for storing agricultural equipment and mooring our fishing vessels, and establish, importantly, backup power systems for all our irrigation networks. Mr. Speaker, about 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, we had reached out to our private sector in relation to providing agricultural insurance against weather-related events. One company had answered the call, and that is GK Insurance, who had developed a Weather Protect program, which is a parametric insurance scheme which is set off by automatic triggers that provide relief support once you are insured, once you've passed the threshold for wind, threshold for rain, threshold for drought. A number of our farmers have not taken advantage of the insurance scheme. We have met with the GK team to see how we can work together to get more farmers on board. In fact, we had started a program where we incentivize some take-up of the scheme, and about 800 farmers came on board, but clearly we want to see more. And I tell you why we want to see more. Coming from our recent meetings with the GK team, the scheme, when it was established, was a 2-season scheme, with it representing about 6 months out of the year that could be insured. Our last set of meetings with them, we asked them to extend that time frame, and now farmers can get insurance for wind, rain, drought from April all the way down to November. That is in place now. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the farmers who had gone ahead and gotten the insurance, 55 of them are already guaranteed a payout because of wind damage under that insurance scheme. Part of what we will look to do as we craft the full recovery plan is to work with the Ministry of Finance to see how we can look at some resources to help more farmers become a part of that insurance scheme, which is the only one on the market now, which is important so that we can recover quickly and stronger. Madam, Mr. Speaker, the task ahead is challenging, but it is not insurmountable. Our farmers and fishers have always been resilient, and with support, they will rise again. This is not just about recovering from Hurricane Beryl. It's about building stronger, building a more resilient agriculture and fisheries sector that can withstand further shocks. To our farmers, fishers, and all those in the agriculture and fisheries sector, the nation stands with you. Your resilience inspires us, and your hard work feeds our nation. This journey of recovery will be walked together. Mr. Speaker, I want to again acknowledge the private sector's critical work in the recovery efforts. Allow me to also acknowledge the work of the ministry's team, led by Permanent Secretary Spence, who has joined us in the House today. We know that we can build back stronger. And I say to all Jamaicans, support your local farmers, support your fishers, be part of this national recovery effort. From these challenges, Jamaica will emerge stronger, more united, more determined to build a food secure and climate resilient nation. Together, we will face the future and thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Manchester Northwestern.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the Minister in this time of a difficult time for our farmers, and especially for those who are from rural constituencies, whose constituencies depend on farming. I mean, I am from a constituency where 90% of the residents from Northwest Manchester are somewhat involved in farming. But, you know, in a time like this, Mr. Speaker, we would have hoped to see a more quicker response to our farmers. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, no, name is Michael, not Jesus. Yeah. And the reason why, Minister, is because in a period like this, it is important that we get our farmers back into production as quickly as possible. And I mean, you know, so it is not for no other reason but that. And that we have to find some way of removing the red tape to ensure that the farmers who are most impacted, that they do get some benefit of that was announced by the Minister. The Minister spoke about extension officers being out in the field. And for a very long time, we know that there has been a somewhat shortage of extension officers. And the time frame that it will take for these extension officers to at least to see what is happening on these farms. And I mean, this morning I did my own checks in my own parish. We have 8 extension officers and 35,000 registered farmers. 8 extension officers and 35,000. And the reason why I had to inquire, Minister, on the numbers is because there was no response yet by the government. I decided to go ahead with my CDF to respond to my farmers because majority of those farmers would have been damaged by the hurricane. And I was told by the extension officer that before, Minister, that before these farmers could get any assistance from even my CDF, that they themselves would have to go out and examine the farms of these farmers. But they are short-staffed. Yeah? So they have been waiting for 2 weeks, having to wait now to get this benefit without the adequate staff in place. So they are between a rock and a hard place. And also that even when getting this benefit, it is going to take them some time to get back into full production. So I'm asking that the ministry, through the RADA, that there's some consideration. Because, Minister, I asked the question then, what is the use of that RADA ID? That if a farmer takes the time and has to be certified as a farmer or be identified as a farmer, then why is it then now that the extension officer needs to go to the farm? And I hope it's not the same instance with what you are announcing here for the farmers to get some benefits. Worse if the ministry is short-staffed. Minister, can you say and give us an indication of the likely impact of the food supply? Because in your statement you had not given a true indication of the damage to the food supply and the likely impact on prices in the marketplace. And also, what are the items that you think that you may have to issue permits for importation and the transparency behind these issuing of the permits so that we know that those who should be getting will be getting, and also how it is that we are ensuring that the price gouging is not taking place for those items. Minister, there was also an allocation for drought mitigation, for water distribution, that members of parliament, constituencies were allocated. I would ask the minister to reconsider for those who have not yet used, if that resources, that allocation can be used for fertilizer and seed so that we can get those farmers into quicker production. The 55 million in greenhouse materials, if the minister could also indicate how those greenhouse farmers will be able to access these greenhouse materials sorry? I know, and I have quite a number of greenhouse farmers in my constituency.
The member's time is up.
Can I get it back like other member?
Member, right, because I think in keeping with how we understand the evening to go, and I'm going to have to ask for extension shortly so as to allow us to go beyond 7:30. So, Mr. Speaker, the member's time having expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
And only
the motion on the table is that the member's time be extended for additional 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Minister, and if further detail, especially for those of us whose constituency are affected by the hurricane and the farmers, this allocation to members of parliament, if more details can be given so that we can put into action those resources so that we can help those farmers. But, Mr. Speaker, through you to the minister, the likely impact is what I think Jamaicans want to hear, that the Hurricane Beryl had on our food supply, and the likely impact on prices, and the action of the government in ensuring that that gap is filled in the shortest space of time, so that prices don't get out of hand for the consumers, I think is what most Jamaicans would like to hear.
Thank you, member from Northwest Manchester. The fact that we started procurement prior to any sort of weather event, and the fact that we will be able to start issuing seeds and inputs in the most impacted parishes as early as Thursday, which would be, let us call it 14 days after the impact of Beryl, will be the quickest response of any government to any major storm that has impacted our agricultural society. And I want to say it because it has not happened by chance. Again, we know the procurement system. So what we have done in the Ministry of Agriculture is institutionalize our disaster risk management and mitigation teams. So again, last year it was drought, and then we had 2 tropical depressions that caused significant impact. So we said, let us not wait. Let us go ahead and procure so that the seeds would be here, so that, as you realize, normally we would not have a hurricane at this time in the season. Normally when we're thinking about hurricane, we're thinking about August, September. What we would normally do is drought, but we said, let us be safe and not sorry. So I think the member really, should commend the government in relation to the response time. And to be honest, I don't think reasonably it could be any quicker. And I'll explain. You have to assess. You have to know the size of the problem. And the truth is, as you follow this matter, you will recognize that as people go out and get the information, the figure goes up. Because what we went through initially, and I can tell you, extension officers were out Thursday after the storm. I have one extension officer in St. Elizabeth who lost his roof and still went to visit farmers in the north of the parish. And I really want to commend the extension officers for going above and beyond. But initially, as you went out, the first thing we heard is that, Minister, definitely from what we're seeing, before crunching the figures, we're going to be over $1 billion. And as you go out and you get in the figures and you get the numbers, and you would realize in the report that was given, we didn't just say $1 billion. We can tell you how much poultry farmers, how much vegetable farmers, and as such, before outlining any program of support, we had to see the full picture. And I can tell you the program of support has evolved as the figure has gotten bigger. Additionally, we appreciate that our extension officers aren't able to reach all our farmers. And that's why we've established these networks where we've said people can call in and report damage. And we've published it, and we will share it so that people can self-report. And this is something that we think is important. In relation to CDF allocation, member, the truth is the allocation that you would have received prior to the hurricane cannot be tied to the hurricane. And as such, we will speak because that should not have been said to you. In other words, if you have a CDF allocation, and we're going to talk about the drought, but if you have a CDF allocation and you had money already there and you wanted to help a farmer, once the person is a registered farmer, they can get that assistance, right? So I want to make that clear. If you have allocations, you can utilize them. I agree with you, and I will issue a policy directive in relation to RADA, that where there are resources that were already allocated for drought and you want to utilize them to help farmers in relation to the recovery effort, we will change those parameters. And we can do that and get that done. 2 more matters. Well, 3. The greenhouse material. So we do have a very active Greenhouse Farmers Association. In fact, we had met with them prior to the hurricane. And we had promised, we had indicated that we would do something to support. Again, we started the procurement of the greenhouse material prior to. the hurricane. Clearly what we've had to do is look at the allocation, and we've had to increase the allocation because of what has happened to our greenhouse farmers. So we do have greenhouse officers in RADA. So each parish has an officer tasked to treat with greenhouse. So we do have a great database of greenhouse farmers. I will say, and this is just the initial allocation, it's one of the matters that we're going to discuss with Minister Clark. We've started the discussion because the truth is the greenhouse farmers are a critical backbone of our agricultural sector. Because clearly outside of times of extreme wind, they are able to farm during drought, during heavy rain. And as such, they provide food security for our vegetable lines. So this is an initial allocation. We'll work through the association and rather in terms of how the benefits are administered, but we will have to do something more for our greenhouse farmers. In relation to the impact on food supply in general, I did mention some of the areas where we will see significant decline. Our vegetable lines, tomato, cabbage, sweet pepper, lettuce, we will see significant declines, right? Oftentimes, the assessment as to the impact of decline will take 2-3 weeks to get correct because our farmers, the first thing they do, depending on the level of maturity of the crops, is try to go to salvage. So if they can spray and ensure that you don't get fungus and you can bring that crop, or if you can water and bring that crop, that is what they do first, right? So we have to give that a little time to see how much they're able to salvage, right? And that is the process that a number of our farmers are going through now. Additionally, melon, cantaloupe, right, or vine crops, they're going to have a challenge because the wind damage, especially in South St. Elizabeth, would have removed the foliage cover. And now those fruits are exposed and they can't withstand the sunlight. So we will see declines on that. Again, I did say our tubers, yam, cassava have taken a big hit, right? Unfortunately, the wind would have blown down a number of, you know how we do yam, a number of our yam sticks, and again would have made it very difficult for those crops to come to maturity. So those are the areas that we expect to see the biggest fall off in. The ones that we will definitely need to look to see how we supplement in the short term are our vegetable lines. And again, we do have an established procedure. It's not something that is open. It's something that people who are already in the industry and who already are part of the supply chain, they utilize that. Clearly, part of our strategy, and that's why we're starting distribution on Thursday, if we can get farmers, the good news is that these crops are short turnaround crops, what we call cash crops, right? If we can get the farmers back out, if we can remove the bureaucracy, as you can say, and get the help to them quickly, then they will get back out. And the truth is, you know, and rural MPs know, the good news our farmers want to get back out because there's also opportunity for those who get back out quickly right now. So that is the approach that we are taking. If there are no more questions, okay, I'll take one more and then I'll mention another matter.
Member for St. Thomas Western.
Thank you, sir. Let me just congratulate you on an excellent presentation because I thought the speaker from Manchester North would have done that earlier. I want to just say to you, Minister, from the sea, the question would be, it is very, very difficult to give us a true estimate on the loss, the fish pots, because of the informality of the trade and how they build their pots and put them to sea. Some of the pots would be months at sea, would be at the end of their life. I would like to know if when you think you would be able to give us a true value of that, because building them back quickly, putting them to build back their pots is very important. I want to turn to, Mr. Speaker, to where I really have the concern. We watched the National Work Agency do what I would say was a very good job in opening back up our roads. In West St. Thomas, there were 58 roads blocked. But, Minister, the farm roads, we need to hear an estimate of what it's going to cost to open up our farm roads in the Coffee Hills
just let me indicate, your constituency got a massive hit. Both of you, the ministers in that ministry, have suffered severely in your constituencies. But us with the hills, the coffee lands, we have been devastated. Some of the beans are still just dropping off now, off the trees. So to ask you even for an estimate of that is difficult. I'm asking now for resources to open up our coffee roads, or cash crop roads in areas such as Trintyville and up, to open up those areas. I want to hear what sort of budget you're going to put towards that. Very, very important to know, because they get left behind year after year. Thank you, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, member. A couple of things. I take the point in relation to our fisheries sector. Again, we've estimated it at about $1 billion, but I do take the point in relation to, people may still have hope of finding their pots, and they may not find their pots. I think what our fishers want, and the Prime Minister said it, our fishers are definitely among some of the most resilient Jamaicans out there. I mean, they're already ready to go back out. So what we want to do is to get them some of the inputs. I think if we get them the wire that they can make their pots, right, then they will move quickly, right? So I've said to the Fisheries Authority that we have to really move to see if we can start some distribution next week to work with those fishers to get them back out there. And I think once you get them back out there, they will appreciate that more than counting their losses and coming back to the house. In relation to the farm roads, so we have, two things I want to make clear, because I want the coffee farmers to know that I listen to them keenly. And they had, the last time I interacted with them, they had said oftentimes when we have breakdowns of damage, they are lumped into a category, and they do not feel like we have truly taken into account their particular damage. So we tasked JACRA to ensure that they not only go out, but they update the nation. And they would have had a press conference yesterday updating the nation as to the particular damage that they have seen, and it amounts to about $200 million. As you have said rightly, member, some of the areas are hard to get to. So it's always work in progress. We have allocated $70 million to work with treating with our farm roads, starting from clearing those roads to provide access, and then seeing what sort of rehabilitation work we can do. Again, this is an area that will require greater support. And this is an area, again, and I hope the members appreciate the approach that we've taken at the ministry. We haven't waited for the discussions to happen with finance. We have looked at our budget, we have reallocated so that we can move now. So I'm very sure that they will be in touch with you, member, in relation to some of those roads that need to be cleared so that we can clear those roads. But we will need greater support to treat with the farm road. Outside of that, and in closing, Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of debate in relation to whether or not we should have a Dengue agricultural show this year. So having had discussions with the JAS, having had discussions with our stakeholders, having appreciated what has happened in relation to the agricultural sector, I'm pleased to announce that what we will have this year is a reshaped, scaled-down Dengue agricultural show under the theme, Building Back Through Resilience. For this year, we will have a one-day show focusing on farmers that we will, again, look to host seminars on how to get back into production, specifically targeting our industry players, preparing greenhouse farmers for hurricane disaster mitigation. We will have discounts on farm inputs and giveaways from input suppliers, plus other packages for fishers and farmers. And we will also provide farmers and fishers who have not yet received benefit, who have not yet been assessed, to be able to come and to leave their information. So we will use the Dengue stage this year to build back our agricultural sector and really catapult that rebuilding process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: the Planning Institute of Jamaica's Economic and Social Survey, Jamaica 2023. And finally, under the National Housing Trust Act, we have the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Shrewsbury Phase 2 Housing Development Order 2024, and the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Savannah Park Housing Development Order 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
To give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Shrewsbury Phase 2 Housing Development, Order 2024, under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of July 2024, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Savannah Park Housing Development, Order 2024, under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of July 2024, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Judicature Rules of Court Amendment Act 2024.
House Leader.
And answers being no later than 3:15 p.m., I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to allow for questions to be made at this time after 3:15. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Question and answers.
Mr. Speaker,
Opposition Leader of the House.
I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport the following questions.
Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, with respect to the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection Shrewsbury Phase 2 Housing Development. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission and that of the House, I may seek also to move for the suspension of standing orders to allow me to take the other motion, which relates in the same manner to the Savannah Park Housing Development Order 2024. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to make the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Motions of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion be approved. The motions be approved.
All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day. I therefore beg to move that this Honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, July 23 at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion on the table is for this House to be adjourned. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Never give up in the face of adversity. It is in the midst of hard times that we often develop the tools to grow stronger. Hello there, and welcome to Jamaica Magazine. It's Tuesday.